Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Let me just do a quick, whoa, almost just knocked everything over. Let's do a quick sound check, make sure everything's getting through fine. Whilst you guys are confirming that, I'll just bring up some files. All right, where are we? Right, so just take a look. Is the sound is all good? All right. क्या बात है, क्या बात है. Bismillah, inna alhamdulillah wa kafah, wa salatu wa salamu ala rasulih al-Mustafa, wa ala ibadi alladhina irtada, wa man bihudahum ihtada, wa bi athari ahli al-Madinah iqtafa, wa ba'd. فسلام الله على القوم أهلا وسهلا بكم ومرحبا. All right, so I take it the sound is all well. Let me just see who has tuned in at this godly hour. Allah. Ayyub al-Maliki. All right, how are you doing? Clear. Wa alaikum assalam. Lucy, ahlan wa sahlan. Shukran. We've got Mirza Saab. Allah. Mirza Nosha. Ghalib. Ghalib ji was also Mirza, you see. Mirza. We got Alama, Mark, loud and clear. All right. Right. So, what is going on? Whoa, Imi, all right, ahlan wa sahlan, shukran. Let's get the podcast going, yeah. All right, let's get the podcast. Is this the podcast or is Mindtrap the podcast? We're talking about that. I don't know. Let's get them both going either way. So, we've got Najmi Bachok, Mohammed Najmi Bachok. Alhamdulillah, first time I caught your stream early. First of many, inshallah. So, people, yeah, let's get this show on the road. Ya salam. So, what is going on? I thought let's share today. What else then? An awesome understanding of, let me bring this up. Allah, all in good time. This was more a pragmatic quote that I'd seen. It's interesting. It's not about the ability to wait. You see, in life, we've all got to wait. It doesn't really make a difference. If something's going to happen, it's going to happen. And you've just got to, upon occasion, there's nothing you can do. But the difference is the attitude. Right, there's an epic hadith that instantiates and illustrates this, an incident from the life of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Where this person, I believe it was a woman, but an individual is incredibly distraught at the death of a family member. Naturally, an earth-shattering tragedy for anyone. So the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam passes by and sees this woman, in tears, completely wailing and shouting, and the Prophet says, have patience. And they say, well, it's easy for you to say. And the Prophet ﷺ doesn't. He just, okay. And he just carries on as he was. No kind of like, excuse me, who do you think you're talking to? None of that. Very understanding. Just walks on. Now, she comes to realize later on that, that was the Prophet, and I shouldn't have really reacted in this way. It wasn't befitting. It's not, appropriate, propriety. So she goes to the Prophet and says that, what, I should have had patience. I'll asbir. Now I will have patience. And that's good. But the Prophet says that innama sabr inda sadmatil ula. See, patience is at the first strike. Afterwards, everybody falls in line. You have no choice. Life pulled you along eventually. So, and this is for everyone. I mean, it's a very difficult thing. It's not something to be taken lightly. But I thought, and I guess the theme is more than just patience, but it's about all in good time, because patience is often for adversity, but this in good time is about both. It's not just about adversity. And I saw this quote and I thought, wow, what a quote. Silence is the language of God. All else is poor translation. Wow. Right, now this, you see, why do I think these things are important? Because all in good time, the theme that the kind of backdrop that I wanted to just nest today's meaning with MALM in is not necessarily about adversity exclusively, as in not exclusively. It could be good things or bad things. Insan has this, we all do, we have this haste. It is, but it is though, it's, and often that can lead to problematizing the actual event. We can be so eager that we maybe ruin things in anticipation, or we may not be able to remain calm enough. So it's a neutral message that, kullu shay fi awani, that everything is in its time, all in good time. Allah. And in Maliki fiqh, in the school of Imam Malik, there's a maxim, a kind of law within the legal maxim that states that man ta'ajjala or man ista'jala bi shay'in qabla awani uqiba bi hirmani. That somebody who tries to set about something to do it as a legal loophole, that thing becomes forfeited for them. So if a person is doing something in a way to kind of bring something closer by using Islamic loopholes, then it becomes prohibited for that person. It's this same element, and you find it sometimes in it's weird because I don't really like the whole, those of you that remember in the fiqh books, they had chapters and chapters upon talaqul yameen, that this oath, talaq of oath, or the oath of talaq. And it's where talaq becomes suspended and stipulated with a condition. And that may be a proximal intention or a distal intention. And by proximal, we mean one that is immediate, and by distal, one in the distance. So for example, people would say, oh, anti-Talaq, if, you're divorced. This is going to sound, it could be as dumb as saying, when I finish drinking this cup of coffee, you're divorced. People had nothing better to do. Or they could say anti-Talaq, the day that Fulan comes back from his tour or visit, and that could be months from today or whatever. And it's where you attach a condition, you attach the talaq to an event, and if that event occurs, then the talaq occurs. Obviously, certain ulama disagree with this. I side with those ulama that feel that these things have no validity in Islam. But nevertheless, they were huge, and they fill up the books of talaq, which is perhaps the largest, if not the second largest book in the entire books of fiqh. And it's really just filled with this stuff. Stipulated talaq. This, that, shart. Talaq or shart, that there's a shart, huh? That, what does the poet say? That wafa ki shart na ho, to mujhse bara aashiq hi koi nahi. Says, if there wasn't a condition of being loyal, then there is no lover that is greater than me. It's all about shart and jawabu shart. So now, so in that condition, you see, so let's say somebody stipulated a condition and the person tries to do it in order to fulfill the talaq. So it's weird, because then some scholars would say, oh, this, since you're trying to precipitate it, it doesn't happen. But anyway, push those discussions aside. Right, so al-ajla, Allah. And it's an interesting term, ajl, because you get from it, I guess, also what is from the root, the ajl, the calf, the kind of haifa in the Quran, the whole story of Moses. And I guess ajla is also like a wheel that goes round in Arabic. Right, so let me see. Those of you that are just tuning in, you can click like and share. Ruvah, Rumi piercing the heart. Kya baat hai. True. Sharing, look at this. We've got straight away Usman Gul Mohammed. Yaar, what are the halal ways to find a spouse? Chara is struggling. I guess one way could be that you figure out all the haram ways, and then whatever's left are the halal ways. This is called the method of elimination. Allah. Chalo yassar Allah. May Allah make things easy. Ameen. Somebody saying about Ghazali. Ghazali, interesting, that word means cassette tape in Somali. Ajla. Oh, interesting. We've got Imran Khan, wafaqi ummeed jinhe thi unhe hogi. Hame to dekhna hai aap bewafa kahan tak hai. Wo aap bewafa kitne hain. Wah. True, these are interesting points. There's another one on what does he say on wafa? Isn't it that about shart, that damn, it slipped my mind. Yeah, I've cited it before. The one that He'll come to me. Khair. Right, so suggested what's this? Lucy Wynne Jones, I once suggested a wannabe polygamous man marry the leader of the Taliban's daughter and live with his in-laws. Yeah, that would be quite an interesting life, therefore. From that point. I'm good, Abu Safura. كيف الحال? كيف الحال? All right. So let's move forward. Let's take a look at some verses in line with this. So let's bring up today's silence is the language of God. See, because if you think about it, words by their very nature, they limit. But the word is almost, the kind of enantiodroma, the kind of opposing super potential effects that the word has. On one hand, I feel that the word is, it is almost like the source of life, that it brings to life things that could not have otherwise been. And I feel, on one hand, it has this, for example, let me explain. You write something almost into being. You write down a plan, a to-do list, a strategy. And often it is. It's the power of the word when you think of it, and how it's used over time, that a person speaks and how there is a reaction. You can see why people think the word is magic. Let's say a general exclaims march or shoot, and at the kind of the almost magical pronouncement of his word, the armies unleash their weapons, they unleash their rage. The word, when you think of the word, just what the word can do, can evoke an emotion. It can bring someone to tears. It can make somebody ecstatically, in a state of ecstatic joy beyond themselves. It's truly, when you see the power of it, it's almost impossible that we have the word. Almost impossible. Language makes zero sense when you think about it. It's not something that could be rationalized. It would be deemed an absolute impossibility to just think about it. How does language work? The signified and the signifier. It would be impossible to orchestrate language. Impossible. Yet it's the most base and obvious of human traits. And in some ways, when we look at the mystery of Allah saying in the Quran, kun fayakun. You see, it's interesting because Allah says in the Quran that أمره لشيء إذا أراد أن يكون. You see, Allah's command, if you like, or his matter, however you want to understand أمره, أن يقول له كن فيكون. But this part now is quite mysterious, because really one could think that Allah's affair when he wanted something to be, arada, that with the irada it was. But it wasn't. You see, with the divine will, it ought to have emerged into existence. Yet it didn't. Allah brought the word into existence. Be. Then it was. See, that's a strange, there's so much, I think, in that verse to unpack that it may take a lifetime to understand it and still not understand it. That why that injunction? Like, it should have really just been when Allah willed it was. But there's something about the word that is so powerful beyond measure that perhaps Allah is bringing our attention to that. So, and then the irony, the kind of enantiodroma that you have, this thing in Jungian psychology of a thing with its absolute opposites, polarized opposites, that if it has that capacity to bring something into existence, then does it possess the I could just hear the PC. 1 second. Right. Does it have its opposing powers, if you like, to reduce what's going on? Right. Does it? And when you think about it, it does. Because the moment you trap something into the word, it also loses, at times, it just loses its spirit in some ways. Not all. See that, like, you have the polarized opposites, that the moment you try to, because if you think about it, institutionalization is built on structuralizing everything and giving it structures and formations, and the word is built on form. So when you impose a word on something, you are imposing a form, a structure, and thereby restricting that very thing. It's like when we try to speak about God, or we try to speak about, we can't. Whatever we do, it's an infantile attempt. So it's amazing. Just wow, the polar opposites of the word. Food for thought, people. There you go. Right, let me. Oh, shukran. Okay, we've got quite a bit of a discussion going on about people and polygamy, huh? Allahu Akbar, huh? Polygamy. Always stirs a discussion, doesn't it? It's, we have to understand. There was a clip I shared recently, and it got a bit, I think, some heated discussion or comments, and because I spoke about polygamy and people kind of responded. Because I guess the truth is that people abuse these concepts, and because they abuse them, it results in a lot of hurt people. So people are not very, as you can imagine, they're not very happy to hear just the term, and they think, well, this is all men use these things as just, I don't know, just excuses. They use the religious angle as an excuse, and which is, I guess, true. People abuse anything that they have any opportunity to abuse. And if that's religion, then undoubtedly it would be religion. People abuse anything and everything. If you give somebody a remit, a kind of an authority over something, they will abuse it. Now the question is obviously to what extent, and is it knowingly or unknown? Is it unknowingly kind of being abused, and is it being mitigated? Is it being, and ideally that there's no abuse whatsoever, but there almost always will be some overstepping. That's unfortunately the fitrah of insan, and so religion is in fact, religion is often weaponized, and it is used by people to get what they want. People will, if they want to tell the kids off, they'll use Islam. People want to control each other, they use Islam. The amount of, if you think of spousal issues, the amount of times people will, they'll have, let's say, arguments, or there's like a bad dynamic between them. And how often religion is weaponized to kind of to secure some shots fired. Now people will be like, well, you don't pray. They'll be like, you don't do this. Oh, you don't, you do this, you do that. You smoke, that's haram. Or you watch TV, that's haram. You listen to music, that's haram. Shabash. This is, well, if that's the attitude, why don't you just divorce your spouse and go and get a job in a madrasa? Because it's true. I mean, that's got to be incredibly patronizing. Never, the deen is something you only impose on you. And that's the irony. People actually don't impose it on themselves. That's actually, or where they do, they may impose it on themselves in the vices that they can handle. But look, everybody will have their own vices. And look, each at their own pace, in their own time. See, all in good time. People will grow and develop at their own pace, in accordance with their own journey. Now, sure, that doesn't mean a person needs to be with the other person. They could say, well, this isn't, I can't really put up with this, or this ain't really working for me, and cool, they can just opt out. Islam does not prohibit talaq. Okay, not that it encourages that. It doesn't say everybody go out there and do talaq, but I'm not encouraging that people do that. But it's not in Islam a a haram matter. It's there. If it isn't working, you can opt out. Sure, opting out shouldn't really just be such an, super easy thing, because if it is like that, then you need to question your own kind of grounding, because in life there'll always be struggles. You see, there'll be some kind of hurdle. So if every little annoyance, shall we say, or inconvenience, you feel, okay, I'm opting out, then it's not really going to, that person is still just very much a child at heart. So they really probably need another decade or decade and a half to mature a bit more. Then they're probably ready for a relationship. But that said, I mean, it's not the reason I'm saying is it's not an absolute, a person can't do it, but you shouldn't instrumentalize the deen as a weapon or a tool aimed at someone else. Just remember, at all times, we are not God. And these people worshipping are not worshipping us. They're worshipping at their own pace. Now, somebody may pray, most people don't pray. It is what it is. It's not up to you to decide whether another person prays or not. Sure, I mean, you could say, well, you could encourage. Well, I'll tell you, look, better than encouraging. I'll tell you better than that. Better than encouraging. It's just be a beacon of light, of understanding. Just lead by example in being a good person. Inshallah, may Allah make it easy for each and all. Let me just see. There was a super chat. I think I missed it. The Hajj issue. Somebody said, could you speak about the Hajj issue? Okay. I will. One moment. Let me just see the super chat. Desi X edits. Much love for the super chat. Why don't Sunni update organized fiqh like the Shia? It's a very good question. Rifi, shukran, much love for the super chat. Right, so, okay, Hajj. All right, so the Hajj, there's been quite an uproar in the West, and especially the UK, the States, I believe. So what we had, I'm not, from what I'm aware, what Saudi had was a kind of almost like a wakil system going on. So the rest of the Muslim world who want to go on Hajj, they have this kind of qur'a system, which is a lottery system. So you select, you put your name forward. It's a roll of the dice, if you like. Whoever's numbers come up, they get allocated a token to Hajj. And naturally, they have. So, for example, if you have certain mahram with you, I think they get approved as well. So that's how it kind of works. So your application. So an application has people associated with it. So let's say you've got your parents, your children, whatever. Now, that was the rest of the Muslim world. However, for the West, I assume Europe too, but definitely the UK and westward. So we're talking about the US, Canada, etc. They didn't have the same system. They had like an agency system. So they had these intermediaries who were approved by Saudi, and they kind of had they would be the middle people that would enable the visas. If you tried to apply for a visa not through one of them, it was next to impossible that you would get a visa. It had to go through these kind of approved people, and they weren't that many for the entire country. It's like a bottleneck squeeze. So all the multiple agents that you had that were travel agents, Hajj agents, Umrah agents, these kind of travel agencies, they usually, most of them were all under these few agents. So they would obviously pay these people. These people would had the ultimate monopoly of getting the Hajj. So even if you set up, this is what comes to light. So what the new Saudi system was that, look, scrap all of that. And now we're simply, anybody who wants to go can just apply online. If they're approved, ahlan wa sahlan. If they're not, tough luck next time maybe. So, so as opposed to these people just having the middle people, where there was more of a window, I guess, allocated, or I guess maybe there wasn't a ceiling, so it was just whoever these people approved. I take it may have been like that. Allahu a'lam. So now, is this any good? Is it bad? I mean, one thing for sure is that, you see, so the downside is that, well, people can't go with their tour agencies. So they can't go. So you had these agencies who set up these Hajj tours, and they would have a selected imam. They would take you over there. They would kind of guide you, do all the thing, and you'd just be with your tour, whoever they are, whatever people, let's say in the dozens or 50 or whatever they are, 100 or whatever these people are, you would just go with that tour group, or maybe just 20 people or however it was. Now you're just independent. So you just go on your own, and they will just have allocated spots where this is where the Brits will kind of set up camp. This is where the Brits rest, just as they've always had for other countries like Pakistan. All the Pakistanis go there, all the Chinese go there, all the Indonesians go there. So now they'll just have British people in one place, Americans, etc. So you lose out on that very targeted, specific imam, small catered group with subtle provisions that was slightly different. But the upside is that the monopoly has now been snatched away. It's a free for all. The price has come drastically down because these Hajj agencies, some of them were extortionate. I mean, it was ridiculous what they were charging people to go on Hajj. Most people cannot afford a Hajj like that. They cannot afford Umrah like that. Most people, just being honest, most people can't. Most people can't pay whatever it is, £15,000, £20,000. They can't pay this kind of stuff to go on Hajj. So, and especially, it's not just sometimes one person going on Hajj. There might be a few. So it's brought that down to a fraction, like maybe 20% of the cost. So you can see that, wow, okay, where was the rest of the money going? Well, anyway, why not, huh? Why not, huh? People have to make a living, huh? Have to make a living or a killing. Allah. But we have to be careful, yeah. We have to be careful. I'm very pro, people being entrepreneurial, enterprising, people being all these things. I'm very pro it. Go make money, do your business ideas, go for it, make as much money as you can. But just be wary whenever you associate deen with it. It's not, this is dangerous. Okay. Now, I don't mean a little, people might take a little, do this, a little, but real, if you associate people's actual sense of Islam with money and making money off that, I don't know, man. I mean, I'm not saying, maybe people's intentions are really good. Maybe they're thinking, I'm helping people. But then if you are really overstepping and you are extorting and extortionate prices, that's another level of oppression, that you use Allah and His Messenger. Inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi raji'un. Honestly, that's something which I would always advise people, be very wary if you're starting to make money by something linked so integrally to Islam, to people's Islam. I don't mean something, like somebody makes a cup and they write, "Oh, Islam forever," and sells a cup. That doesn't mean anything. Sure, if somebody wants to buy, they can buy it, whatever. That's not linked to somebody's integral Islam. But things like this, Salah, Saum, Hajj, these things that go very deep into people's identity, into the core of their heart. It's another thing to take. Yeah, it's another thing as well. Allah, you see, there's a sanctity to Makkah and Medina that there's something. See, there's a sacredness, and we have to kind of understand that. And I guess that's one of the problems as well. Where people repetitively go to these places, they lose its sanctity. You hear of people doing all kinds of things. Somebody mentioned something to me about somebody from Medina, saying certain things and just like these places have a sanctity. I would rather not go to these places than go with a corrupt mind and heart. I wouldn't. I went in my late teens. Since then, I've had like people say, I don't know if opportunity is right, but there's been, I guess several occasions where people have said, but I don't feel, in all honesty, that I'm in a right place. There is there is a maqam to these things, that when a person is, Ghalib says, Kaabe kis muh se jaoge Ghalib, sharam tumko magar nahi aati. That which face will you go with to the Kaaba? That do you have no shame? That there's just a sanctity. Imam Malik was incredibly rich in his time. He was very wealthy. And in his lifetime, especially since let's say lifetime, but since he came of, he came of some stature amongst the community and he became Imam Malik, he refused to ride a horse or a donkey or a beast. He refused in the streets of Medina. That Imam Malik, he refused to wear shoes in Medina. When Imam Malik had passed away, they said that in his his kind of belongings, he had, I believe it's over 100 pair of shoes. Sometimes people had gifted him his own, but he refused to wear shoes even in the streets of Medina. That he said that it's so well known of him that he said that the Prophet ﷺ had stepped here. There's a maqam to these places, a sanctity. May Allah enable us all to have that level of consciousness. Medina in that day and age was much smaller than the city today. It was probably maybe just slightly larger than the Prophet's mosque, Medina as a town. Because Baqi or Jannatul Baqi today, the graveyard, it was not inside Medina back then. Okay, let's move on. I'm not saying, by the way, that people can't wear shoes. I'm just showing you the maqam that people had. That we go there today. There's this constant exposure. There's this, this kind of urbanization. We're so busy. The spirit is like it goes. Like we just, it's a name. I've done Hajj. I'm this part of this. I'm part of that. Yeah, just guess it's just a thought. Right, let me. Did I missed a super chat? Right, I think I missed a super chat. Let me go back. Desi edits his question about why don't the Sunni update their fiqh. Yeah, it's a problem. Your guess will be as good as mine. Why don't they do it? I think part of it's the panopticon, effect, that we Muslims are living under a panopticon, and we are all afraid of one another, and it's this kind of causal impact, and because of it inhibits us from doing things. Like, we can't update things because I think he's going to criticize me. He can't do it because he thinks they're going to criticize. They can't do it because they think he can't do it because he thinks I'm going to criticize it. And we're all afraid, all very weary, hyper vigilant. So I can't see it happening. I can't see it happening. It's the panopticon effect. Right. We've got Hassan Razak. Shukran, much love for the super chat. Celebrating Eid on Sunday. Sure, why not? Why not? Yeah, some people are doing it Saturday, some people are doing it Sunday. Khair, it doesn't really matter, to be honest. It doesn't matter. Rifi Johnstone, Salam Mufti. My community people like to go to Hajj classes for years, and there's so many du'as to remember. I'd like to know what is the authentic, natural way of performing Hajj. Okay, sure. Shukran, much love for the super chat. Right, look, the simple thing is that you can make dua in any language according to the school of Medina. Okay, so wherever you want to make dua, if you do remember the dua for that thing, let's say that's more a ritual dua, because if you can't understand Arabic, then you don't really understand what you're asking. But let's say you've somewhat memorized the meaning, so this dua is asking about goodness, but you don't understand the words individually, and you just read it. It's more of a ritual, which is good. But you can also just make dua. You can just say it in English. You can say it in any language. The main thing is about the devotion. So if you think about it, in Islam, it says al-Hajj Arafah. That Hajj is simply Arafah, which is another discussion in itself, because it's so, it raises the question, well, that's another, some other day, say ye kahani per se. That's another discussion. How did Arafah, or why Arafah? Because you would have thought it's more to do with, the whole, if you're, because is it going back to Ibrahim alayhi salam? Because Ibrahim alayhi salam isn't connected to Arafah. So what is the whole thing? But al-Hajj Arafah. Okay, so the Hajj is simply Arafah. Everything else is secondary. Now, okay, what is al-Arafah? What happens at al-Arafah? It's simply a devotion. Nothing happens. You just stand. And what do you do? Well, you can make dua. Are we really taught what kind of du'as to make? Well, not really, because you're going to stand there for so many hours. And there's no du'a that expands so many hours. Even if you're taught a du'a or two or a couple of du'as, it's, that's at best 5-minute job. It's not, it's not. So really, the du'a is something from the heart. It is a sense of devotion. What it's meant to be is, in this state, in this standing, a person is meant to be in a state of contemplation. Almost saying, not, I suppose contemplative more than meditative, contemplative, reflective, introspective, looking within, looking without, unitive experience, bringing everyone together, but yet personal in the sense a person, whilst thinking about certain things, can ask. It's really, when you think of it, it's a strange phenomenon. And I wouldn't get lost in all the what am I supposed to say. You'll know what to say. Just say it. So, and I feel that's the amazing thing of so many people, that when there's so many people, it's like there's no one. Because you see, a group of people makes everyone self-conscious. But as the group expands beyond a certain number, you're no longer self-conscious, because it's like, well, it's like nobody, because you all of a sudden become an individual again. Because it doesn't matter, because if you were standing here now and I surrounded you by 20 people, told you to say something aloud, you'd be very self-conscious that these 20 people are listening to me. But if you were surrounded by 2,000 people, 20,000 people, 200,000 people, 2 million people who are all uttering something, you dissolve in that sea. You no longer exist. So it doesn't matter. So it ironically gives you the comfort of privacy. It's amazing. But yeah, so that's so that's what I would advise. Look, don't just go with the du'as that you can remember, and you can ask du'a in any language. Right, I missed a super chat. Red Sea says, at the end of the day, we worship whatever we desire. Be careful one doesn't worship the ego. That's the throne of shaitan, the hidden enemy within. Allah. All right. So let's move on. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. What an amazing verse. Allah really brings this theme, this topic of all in good time. That خُلِقَ الْإِنسَانُ مِنْ عَجَلٍ سَأُرِيكُمْ آيَاتِي فَلَا تَسْتَعْجِلُوا. Allah. And the other verse from Surah Al-Hijr, that 21, وَإِن مِّن شَيْءٍ إِلَّا عِندَنَا خَزَائِنُهُ وَمَا نُنَزِّلُهُ إِلَّا بِقَدْرٍ مَعْلُومٍ. Allah. You see, let me just bring this up. Right now, oh no, this is too, I need to, oh, that was way too. خُلِقَ الْإِنسَانُ مِنْ عَجَلٍ. Allah. You see, Allah says that insan has been created from haste. Now, one may say, what does that mean? One could say, because here there's a lot of ways to read this, and the Mufassirin they've given several commentaries on it. It could mean in a state of haste. It could be metaphorically from, we're calling it haste almost, his essence is haste. The way, if we were to say, for example, they say, خُلِقَ Hatim, Hatim al-Ta'i, the great, generous philanthropist, Arab from Jahiliyyah times, that all the Arabs would, use proverbially that, oh, if somebody was ajwadu min Hatim, is more generous than Hatim al-Ta'i from Ta'i, that they could say khuliqa Hatim min al-Jud, that he's created from generosity, so created from haste, that insan, it is part and parcel of our very being to be always in a state of haste. Allah, خلق الإنسان من عجل. Yeah. One way we could also take a look at this is that, you see, if you think about it, let's say being or the world or the universe is going back to almost 14 billion years, or 13.8, or however you want, close to 14 billion years, let's say, and the Earth going back to 4 billion. Now, when you're looking at life emerging on Earth, hundreds and hundreds of millions of years, life is emerging. And through its emergence, it is finding its place amongst existence. In a kind of hierarchical structure. It's forming a taxonomical structure. You've got megafauna, you've got all kinds of creatures. They're kind of finding their place within nature. And this takes place for hundreds of millions of years. And then for millions upon millions of years, we're seeing some solidification of these structures. Mammals emerging, then all diversifying and finding their place, finding where they fit in, their strengths, their skills, their powers, the prowess that they harbor, that they can exhibit. And then somehow, within the last 100,000 years, this insan emerges. In some way, in relation to other entities of being, one could see that this insan was min ajal. So it was very sudden compared to the others. It had millions and millions of years of forming. And this insan, with its cognitive revolution, suddenly appears. And maybe that's one reason that insan has struggled, because insan is not the strongest of creatures. And we're not the weakest, but we may slot into this kind of taxonomical structure, maybe the middle, slightly upper quartile, but nowhere near the top. I mean, we're not. But then with our reasoning faculties, with our social structures that we create out of thin air, with our belief systems, insan rises so suddenly, min ajal, to the top of this and becomes this apex creature that may be responsible for the extinction of so many creatures. Possibly, at the brink of maybe even compromising the planet as an entity, perhaps, if insan was to set off so many nuclear warheads, that could be the end of the planet as we know it. That خُلِقَ الْإِنسَانُ مِنْ عَجَلٍ. Allah. سَأُرِيكُمْ آيَاتِي فَلَا تَسْتَعْجِلُونَ. Allah says, I will show you. I will show you the signs, the symbols, what you're waiting for, the rewards, the consequences, the fruits. I will show them all in its own time, all according to its own pace. There's a story, right? It's not so sahih in terms of isnad, but it's incredible. The more I'll come back to this topic in a moment about folklore. Okay, I'll finish this. But I really have started to appreciate the value of folklore, and I'll come to why later on. Things that these traditions that get passed down, they may not be academically authentic and things. But there's a narration that is in many tafasir book, Razi and many other tafasir, and I think it's from Mujahid, but it's from the Salaf. They say that when Allah had created creation, and it was time for Adam to be Adam. Allah. So here he is. He's this structure. He is this kind of hollow statue, if you like, of Adam lying still. He's lying down. He's on the earth. He's lying down. And it's a Friday. Okay, so and Allah is breathing consciousness into him. So the ruh is coming into Adam. So the story goes that as it went into his kind of head, he opens his eyes and he starts, and all of a sudden he could see the world with all its its glory, and the ruh consciousness continues to move lower and lower into his body, and he can move his hands and his arms, and it goes all the way down to his waist, and he sits up. Adam sits up and he looks around and he can see in the distance the sun setting. The sun is setting, right? You can see it. And it looks like it's going to set, and he wants to go there. He wants to go get a better. He wants to get closer to, the glory of the sunset is amazing against the backdrop of this, let's say, this paradise of a landscape. That he turns to Allah and he says, Rabbi, he says, Ajil, qabla ghurub ash-shams. I love this story, honestly. I love it. He says, Ya Allah, he says, hurry a little, if you will, before sunset, please. Before sunset, please. خُلِقَ الْإِنسَانُ مِنْ عَجَلٍ سَأُرِيكُمْ آيَاتِي. Allah says, I will show. فَلَا تَسْتَعْجِلُونَ. Don't hasten. The reason that story is so amazing is it describes insan perfectly, doesn't it? The unsettled nature that we have within us. So, yeah, I read that story. It must have been when I was doing hifz. It must have been. I mean, I've seen it again every now and then. I see it whenever you're going across it. But the first time I must have probably about 22 years ago or something. That خُلِقَ الْإِنسَانُ مِنْ عَجَلٍ سَأُرِيكُمْ آيَاتِي فَلَا تَسْتَعْجِلُونَ. Honestly, amazing. So whenever you see someone, they can't be patient, they can't, just remember that, the story. All right. But the point of this is also to remind us that Allah says, look, He has unlimited treasures. وَمَا نُنَزِّلُهُ إِلَّا بِقَدْرٍ مَعْلُومٍ. That Allah will reveal things, these things will unfold, but at a set time. So sometimes we just have to breathe. We have to have that tawakkul that things will happen. They will happen at their own pace in their own time. Good things. Ameen. I thought that's an important reminder. Let's share it. May Allah bless us with this gift. Ameen. All right, let's take a look at some of your questions. You have Al-Hakim bi Amrillah says Mufti's stream has Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. You never know when. All in good time, huh? All in good time. Right. So, where are we at, people? What was I going to say? What was I? Right. I was going to speak about folklore. Let me say a few words about this. And then what I'll do is I'll share I'll speak a bit about the great legend of Islam, Abdullah ibn Mubarak, and then I'll share the live stream link, and you're more than welcome to jump on. So folklore, I feel that I wanted to actually say that there was a time where I viewed this very differently. I thought all of these things were nonsense and they should have been stripped from Islam, and all of these weak stories that are put in there, and these kind of superpower stories that you get, and very folkloric, and sometimes they're about people doing all kinds of things, and what is all of this, and I don't know. Now I see it differently. I see that that folklore is not to be viewed as through the academic lens. Rather, it is to be viewed as one would view art. That it's open to interpretation, and it evokes within the spectator incredible powers and emotions. And it's not to be reduced to simple mechanisms of strokes and diagrams or shapes, but that it carries a dynamic that is almost ineffable, that there is this. So this is how I see it. I mean, naturally, there will be certain things amongst it that one may not be of your flavor, that you may not like. You may think, nothing special to me in this, and that's fine. We all have our interests, but it's as opposed to the academic, because the academic perspective is seeing things like, let's say, muhaddith speak. Like I see a narration say, well, oh, is it sahih? Oh, it isn't sahih. So it's, or is it from fiqh speak? Is there a fiqh ruling in it? And then wipe it aside. But that's not how Islam is transmitted to the majority of people. It's not this dry academic pursuit. It is an evocative, emotional, interactionist dynamic. It is a living tradition. So when I hear these stories now that are said, and I tell you what really made me revisit this has been listening to the speeches of Sheikh Dr. Suleiman Misbahi Saab, may Allah bless him. I listen to his speeches, and maybe they're not for everyone. I get that. And about that, I'll speak in a moment on what I call the oracle phenomenon. Okay, so I'll speak about that in just a moment, the oracle phenomenon. But he tells a lot of these stories. He'll tell stories, and I've come to realize, wow, I see now. It's like, it's as though for so long I couldn't see it. Like, let me give you an example. Like, here's a story that he relates. Now, I think he recalls it to do with in the time of Imam Ghazali. He says that there was this great individual, a great sheikh, known for his relationship with God. And this person, this one day, so he's speaking about this person, and this one day something's happening and it's raining. And this person says, like, today really isn't the day for, like, it's not, this isn't the right timing for rain. Like, it's not really, what the hell, And anyway, he has to go about and do his things, and he does, and whatever. And so, but this person is a great person in this story, and he's somebody everybody recognizes and they're wowed by. So it comes to pass eventually that when this person, he's on his deathbed and he passes away, and I think the colleague in the story, or the other person, is Imam Ghazali. So Imam Ghazali, after him, has a dream where he sees this individual, and he asks him, what did Allah do with you? And he says that he raised me. And then he asked me, he said, so tell me, when is the right time for rain? He said, tell me. He said, you tell me, when is the right time for rain? And this, it's so, now you take a story like that, and he's obviously saying in Urdu ke batao ke acha phir yani barish ka kaun sa sahi waqt hota hai, that what is the, like, you tell us. You see, what these stories do is they evoke in individuals the conscience to introspect and to be grateful, to not overstep. This is how, to most people, the faith has moved on and been transmitted. It hasn't been transmitted through the academic pursuit, or by saying, let's say, to most people, it hasn't been transmitted by describing the ikhtilaf of the usul of the madahib, al-arba'a, or explaining what is the concept of istihsan versus the concept of masalih al-mursala, or the aqsam al-qiyas, or the ta'rif al-ilal. Most people would never, they will spend a lifetime and never know these things about Islam. And it doesn't matter, because to them, those things don't matter. It's like it's too dry, or it's above their understanding and comprehension. So yeah, it makes me think these things too, that wow, like, I come to understand the value of that tradition that is passed down, where the purpose, even if it's not sahih, but it's sahihul kind of ma'na, it's kind of meaning, is right, and it's maqsad, sahih al-maqsad, that it's right in its objective. So yeah, I hope that helps. About the oracle phenomenon, I want to share some thoughts on that. You see, each one of us, whether child or adult, we have, to us, an oracle. And what I mean by that is there are certain people in our lives, and these people may change. It's like a placeholder. That maybe the person changes depending on what stage we are in our lives. That when this person says something, we listen to it. So it may be a child in school and it's a particular friend, or it's some particular friends, that those three people or that group or this one person, or as a teenager, maybe it's this person because they're just so cool, or they're like this, or it may be a co-worker, or it may be a person it may be somebody that you watch online, or it may be somebody you know in real life, or that person they are in the placeholder of an oracle for us. Not that we think they are superhuman, but whenever they say it, we accept it. And we all have these oracles. We all have this. Like, we are in our lives, you if you look at your own life, you will be much more critical towards certain people saying something than you would to some. If that person said it, I'd be like, okay, I'll think about it. If that person said, blue doesn't really suit you, it doesn't really go well on you, I might actually think about it and think, well, okay. Whereas if these people said it, I'll be like, shut up. Or if some person said, well, actually, no, this thing actually makes sense. It's not actually as bad as we think. If that person said it, I would give it some consideration. But if these people said it, I couldn't care less. That person is in the placeholder of an oracle. For us. So, and this is very clear. Like with children, it's very clear. So it's what Vygotsky would speak about in his theories of learning, which are pitched against Piaget's theories of learning. Vygotsky would call the ZPD, zone of proximal difference, that children learn from their peers. Because you see, the peers are more of an oracle to them than their parents, even maybe not when they're absolute infants, but as soon as, I would say, even in primary school, late primary school, the children are more likely to start believing or accepting or conforming to something if their friends say it and do it, rather than their parents, because that ZPD, the zone of proximal difference, makes them more of an oracle in this oracle phenomenon. So what I would say is that Imran said, if a hot girl guy says it, it gets more consideration. Sure, I mean, but that's slightly different to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that there is a person in all of our lives. Maybe, I don't know, do some people have none? That would be a shame if they have no one. But usually there is a person in our social network who we consider that when they say something, we listen to it a lot more attentively. Like, we actually give weight to what their opinions, as opposed to other people's opinions. Maybe we do it subconsciously because we feel, maybe we gravitate towards that person, maybe because we feel for whatever reason. It may be that we are attracted. It may be that, what Imi, you're saying about attraction, but it doesn't have to be really about attraction. It doesn't have to. It could just be that they are, but it could be, okay, fine, maybe you're attracted to that person, that's why. But in that case, that would be very momentary, because the moment the attraction flutters, it will kind of wave along with it. But yeah, but it could be, sure, I accept that. Whoever our oracle, what I would say is, find an oracle. So they may be on Islamic stuff. They may be on certain things, a certain person. When they say it, we're more likely to listen. And it may not be the same for the other person. You may listen, you as in your friend, sorry. They may listen to this person, say, I don't know why you listen to that guy. That guy's a waste of time. But for you, it works. So if you find an oracle and seize it, if you can, to help you be a better you. So with the Islamic stuff, definitely as well. Like I would say that I see in Dr. Misbahi Saab that kind of oracular phenomenon for me, that I see that where when I listen to him, it hits me. Like I find myself very responsive. I've tried other people, it doesn't work. So it's interesting. It's like a dynamic that takes place, and we're not quite sure why it's that dynamic. I'm sure maybe there's certain elements. I feel that it could be the sound of a person's voice, it could be the eloquence, it could be the how they speak, it could be maybe it taps into the subconscious, maybe there's a voice in the subconscious that it resonates with from the past that is unknown to you now. Maybe it, but also the sincerity hits you. When a person is sincere, passionate, that hits you as well. But that I want to share that on. So if you come across someone, and it could be in your day-to-day life or online, that makes you want to be a better person, then capitalize on that. Cool. Right, let's we've got a discussion on what's this? Is Oracle hiring people? I don't know what that means. That's you. Allah bless you, clear. Shukran. Scorpio, likewise. Allah bless you all. Allahu Akbar. What can we say? Huh? Somebody said Sam Harris. Sam Harris is an incredible genius. Incredible, honestly. He really is. He gives a good run for the money. You know what I'm saying? You have to. I remember watching the follow-up podcast between him and Jordan Peterson. I mean, it was just wow. Honestly, he is an amazing individual with his intelligence. It just goes to show human intelligence. He can't be underestimated. People. So it's somebody. He really, I think it would be daunting to go up against him in a discussion. Incredibly daunting. That's how much of just wow. Like he really, his intelligence just packs a punch. Heavyweight stuff. It's incredible. Wow. There's a discussion where an interview where Jordan Peterson. I do feel that I'm so grateful to Jordan Peterson. I'm grateful to to God for Jordan Peterson, honestly, because I feel, and I guess people won't all appreciate this, maybe for other reasons, maybe for political reasons. Maybe they disagree with Jordan Peterson, and that's fine. I mean, you don't have to agree with him. But from the phenomenon of faith, I don't think people truly realize what he did. And for people of faith, I think it missed people. Or maybe I don't know, but the way I see it is he truly, single-handedly, I feel that fire blazed, and just I mean, he brought down, or not entirely, but brought under control the wildfire of new militant atheism. To me, he truly did. I can't see any single person that has done what he did, because he did. And I thought about it long and hard, and I thought, in a way, it was obvious that if anybody was to fight science, let's say, arguably, well, I'm using science because Sam Harris and these people are bringing science, and I love science. But if anybody was to fight science, it was to be done via psychology. And that too, the kind of, one may say, the softer sciences of psychology, like psychoanalysis or Jungian psychology, but that field of psychology, which is to some a soft science, but they are scientists nonetheless. And obviously you could couple that with things like physics and stuff like that. But I feel on the, the argument side, it really just had to be somebody so powerful and have such, because how do you match that? They were just too strong. They were just too ruthless. I mean, look, Deepak Chopra, I mean, he, speaks a lot of the mystical stuff, and he tries to bring in sometimes physics, and he has a following, unquestionably, but he couldn't do it, could he, against Sam Harris? It really took Jordan Peterson to arrive on the scene, and then the New Age atheism it didn't disappear, but it was tamed. Yeah, it's I think in time to come, in hundreds of years, if humanity still exists, they will probably notice that very clearly in hindsight. They will say, look, it's very clear at this point this happened. I remember years ago having discussions with certain Maulanas and ulama, saying that who is there that could answer the likes of these people like Sam Harris and Hugh Hitchens, and who can answer them? And they were in this group, they were saying, and they were listing like local ulama here. Allah, Allah. Sometimes it's the naivety that it brings you a brief interruption of joyous laughter. You think these local ulama, they wouldn't even understand the questions that those people present. I mean, that's how the level that they're coming at. But yeah, but I feel now it has definitely, now we all can kind of drink from that well and lean in on that expertise, and now it becomes part of the common discourse, these questions on consciousness, these questions on the psychosocial myths, these questions on the sacred, the holy, these questions. And it's not to say that, look, sometimes it's not that these people invented. I guess no argument is mostly invented. It's already there, but it takes the genius of certain people to bring them to the forefront. Yeah. Abu Safura saying, you see, only if you do mental gymnastics and you reconcile faith with rationality and reason. I disagree. I don't feel I disagree that I feel that reason doesn't clash at all with faith. I don't feel it clashes at all. That's my understanding of faith. Some people saying they don't really like Jordan Peterson. Yeah, I feel that. Yeah, I think some people, maybe it's the youngsters don't really like him as much. But yeah, maybe that's because of, maybe because they're kind of still very young, and And I guess, young, a lot of energy. It's different when you're young. Huh? So, all right. Oh, speaking about Ibn Bajjah. All right. Yep. Where'd you recommended discussion with Peterson? Was this Jonathan Page's the most interesting Christian speaker? His discussion with Peterson was amazing. Okay, I'll check that out. Okay, cool. We'll see. Right, let's move on, people. This is an interesting question. Look at this. Believe the more religious I become, I feel the anger of my non-Muslim friends. They don't know the truth. I feel the anger of my non-Muslim friends. As in, you mean you getting angry at them or them getting angry at you? If you're getting angry at them, that should not happen. If you found God and God has made you a more angry person, अच्छा 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 कमाल करते हो. It's like I've found ar-Rahman ar-Rahim and I've become a tyrant. That's definitely not ar-Rahman ar-Rahim that you found. So I don't know what that I don't know what some people, they find God and they become so hateful. They start becoming so judgmental. They start judging people. You don't do this. They go through this kind of God's favorite child complex or syndrome. They feel that I am God's favorite. I pray my salah. People who don't even pray are despicable scum of the earth. And people who don't, it's like, calmate. Tranquila. It's like you need to calm down, breathe, exhale. Allah. See, Allah, your worship means nothing to Allah. Means nothing. Nothing. It doesn't benefit God, not even an atom's weight. Means nothing. Zero. Zilch. Sifar. It is, if anything, it's meant to benefit you by building your bond with God. So don't hold people in contempt ever. Don't ever think, oh, I'm better than this person. With that, let's go to I want to introduce a personality, a legend of Islam, and that is Abdullah ibn al-Mubarak. Okay. Now, Abdullah ibn al-Mubarak is from that Tabi'in era. He's from the Salaf. And from the Atba'u Tabi'in, though, but he's from that era with the Tabi'in. He is born in 118 Hijri. And he passes away in 181, just 2 years after Imam Malik. He's very junior to Imam Malik. He's born in Marwa, I believe, which is in the Nishapur, modern day kind of Iran region. But he goes on to becoming one of the greatest scholars of Islam. Absolutely phenomenal. And he is leading in all fields. He's absolutely killing it. He's amazing in hadith. He's considered Amir al-Mu'minina fil hadith. He has his own madhab, arguably, although it doesn't really expand much. I know the Hanafis try to sometimes put him as a Hanafi. Good old Hanafi, huh? They try the occasional snatching, kidnapping ulama. It's like these scholars wake up, they're like, where are we? You're in the Hanafi madhab. So, and he really brings so much to the discourse of Islam. He's known for his teaching of Quran, his teaching of fiqh, his teaching of hadith, and he really not only invests his own life, but was somebody that spent, as well as his time, so much wealth in serving Islam right up until his final moments. So, going to his beginning, where does this light emerge from? Allah. Now, he is his origin is of Turkic kind of roots. His father was a slave. See, this is another thing. You know, many of the great scholars of Islam in early Islam came of very lowly, kind of humble origin, social structures. They were from the Mawali, okay, which is plural for Mawla, who were freed slaves. So this, I mean, Mawla can mean, it's one of those words that can also mean protector as well. It's one of those where you can use it as a fa'il or mafa'ul. So ni'mal mawla wa ni'mal nasir. Allah is our Mawla, but it can also be used as we are his Mawla, in the sense that we are his, under his protection, or like a servant to God. So it has a double kind of meaning to it, the word. So his father was a slave who was owned by this wealthy, very wealthy Khwarizmi individual, this merchant, and he has all these. He's from Khwarizm, that region, up there by that kind of Iranian, going further into kind of Western, Western Asia, Central Asia, that kind of region there. So this person has, he's very wealthy. He's got businesses. He sets up all these. He has fields, and he produces all this produce of fruit and so on, and sells it, and very wealthy. And there's actually an interesting story that he once asks Mubarak, who's the father to be of Abdullah ibn Mubarak, to go get him a fruit from his field. And some say it's a pomegranate or whatever the fruit was. And when he tastes it, it's sour. So he says, it was another fruit. And he says, no, go get me a sweet one. And he brings him another one, and it's sour again. And he does this on a couple of occasions. And he says to him, look, what's wrong with you? I'm telling you, like, surely you must taste my fruits. Like, you must, surely you know what they look like. When you're working on my fields, you must eat. So you must have a good idea which fruit is good and which fruit isn't. So he says that I don't. He says, what do you mean? He says, I genuinely, he says, I've never eaten a single fruit from your field. So the person says, why not? And he says, because it's not right. He says, I'm working. For what I work, you pay me. Like I get a certain allowance. For me to take a fruit would be theft. Like, well, why would I do that? This brutal honesty kind of shocks this owner, and he starts to kind of to keep an eye out on him and see how integral is this slave or servant of his. And he finds another interesting thing. He finds that this guy often would just fast during the day. Now check that, on the side note, check this out. So he has a belief system. Because this person, Mubarak, he was a Muslim. He was of the Turkic origin. He'd become a slave. He'd embraced Islam. As many people had in that era, it was the early expansion era of Islam. He would fast. Now, fasting obviously is for people fast for Allah. But look at one way of looking at it. There is a, like a richness of heart. Because I know I'm fasting. So I'm not going to eat. And if I'm not going to eat, I'm not going to ask somebody for their food. I'm not going to steal somebody's food. I'm not going to have to be dependent or grateful later on, oh, this person gave me food. I'm kind of indebted to this person. In Urdu, there's this term, khuddari. It's kind of self-reliance. Like I don't have to rely on anyone. And khair, like I work, I graft, I do my graft, and I fast. Allah Malik, when it comes towards the end of the day, work's over, I open my fast, I go. There's a mentality to it. One may say, you see, when you look at it from a different perspective, it's so phenomenally powerful as a belief system that it's so dignifying in self-respect. Now, this businessman becomes very enchanted by him in the coming months and, time to come, that he has a daughter himself. He just has a daughter, no other child. And as he's getting older, he says to this person that, look, I free you from our contract, whatever. You're free, you're a mawla, you're free, I pay you this much. And he says to him, look, I tell you what, I would like you to marry my daughter. So he does. And because he says, I've not seen someone, I travel the world, I do business, but I've not seen someone with such an upstanding character. That who better than that for my daughter? So he marries him to his daughter, and they have a great life. And as he dies, that son-in-law, this Mubarak, inherits all this wealth. Him and his wife, Mubarak, go on to have a child who is Abdullah ibn Mubarak. Right, so, and he's born in 118 Hijri. Now, he's born into great wealth because his father inherits all this opulence, all these, so much money. They're making ridiculous money, right? All the harvests, all the trades, and they've got people working for them, remember? So he makes so much money. Now, Abdullah ibn Mubarak grows up in just sheer opulence. He's so rich. And he chills, and he wasn't actually interested. I say interested, he wasn't really that interested in the Islamic stuff. I mean, he was a Muslim, obviously, grew up like everybody back then. You learned how to read, you studied. All children would have read the Quran. He would have understood the Quran because he speaks Arabic. And, you would learn a very small amount, and that's it. But he's got money. He would just chill. Up until into his early 20s, he was just a chiller, a dosser. Somebody had living the lifestyle. He was a great poet. They say he was very eloquent, and he was very charmer. Charm. And he had a hangout spot. He would chill out, hang out there with his mates, and they would spend the whole night. They would drink. They would play the flute. He would sing his poetry sometimes. He would kind of chant his poetry. They would spend the nights chilling. Mojo masti. Has to be done. And yeah. And he had this poem. He had this poem that that he would say, ألم يأن لي منك أن ترحم وتعذل العواذل واللوم. And so that's like one bait, one couplet of it. That ألم يأن لي منك أن ترحم وتعذل العواذل واللوم. And it went on, and Yeah, and it goes on, وَأَقَامَ بَعْدَ هَجْرِكَ الْمَعْتَمَ, and so on, and it goes on and on. He had this poem, and he would sing it, and he was a poet himself. He would write poetry, and he was very impressive. So this one time, he was there, and he's drunk, he's drunk, and he's chilling in the late night, and it's going right through the night, and he's trying to sing this, chant this poetry, but he's getting stuck on the words. So he's saying alam ya'ni alam ya'ni. He's like, aage kya hai? What's next? And he can't, and it's like, it's on the tip of my tongue, and he's like kind of drifting off, and he's coming back, and he's trying it again, and he's like, I've got it, it's on the tip of my tongue, it's on the tip. He says, alam ya'ni li, alam ya'ni. And he's like, yeah, what is it? And then he reads, and he says, and the verse of the Quran comes, alam ya'ni lilladhina amanu an takhsha'a qulubuhum li dhikrillah wa ma nazala min al-haq. Allah. That is it not time? Alam ya'ni. Because the poem that he would read, alam ya'ni li minka an tarhama. That is it not time for me from you that you show mercy. This was his poem. But as he was kind of stuck and he was in this out of it state, he reads this. Alam ya'ni lilladhina amanu an takhsha'a qulubuhum li dhikrillah. That is it not time for those who have faith, that their hearts finally tremble or crumble in the remembrance of God. وَمَا نَزَلَ مِنَ الْحَقِّ, and what has come to them from truth. This verse hit him so powerfully that he just fell. He was in this, he was in the night out in this spot where he would normally chill. He fell into sujood. And it's as though these verses were being revealed. It's as though this is the first time he's hearing. It's so powerful. It's not a quantitative experience. It's not that he didn't know this verse before, but it's a qualitative experience. He has a mystical encounter. He is so struck by this. They say that he just remains in that spot on the floor, just thinking. And this is known as, I mentioned previously the mystical experience and how William James had quantified certain qualities, and he's the father of modern psychology. And the kind of acronym for them is PINT. That passivity is the first one. Passivity is where you are overcome by something because of it, mysterium tremendum, because of its terrifying glory. This passivity in Arabic we can call khushu'. That is I feel it captures the meaning of khushu', and takhsha'a qulubuhum, that your hearts are overcome. They, in that sense, tremble in the presence of the glory, that they are overcome. This experience, mystical encounter that Abdullah ibn Mubarak has, changes the course of history, both for him and us, because it really goes on to add to the legacy of Islam. He is already in his early 20s. He starts to learn about Islam. He goes to teachers. He starts to study hadith. He starts to he starts to learn fiqh. He spends years first learning, and then eventually he has his own analytic interpretative skills where he comes up with rulings. He arguably has his own madhab, although it doesn't go on so much. He also participates in a lot of a lot of jihad in that day and age. So this is another thing that, in fact, is a very famous story. And it's interesting because you see another incredibly popular quality of Abdullah ibn Mubarak. Because he comes to Islam, he has so much wealth, and he brings that angle to serve Islam. So one, in his general charitable sense, because he's reminded how important it is to help people. And then in other, so the humanitarian side, and then in the faith arena. So for example, he would help so many people do Hajj. We spoke of Hajj earlier on. If he found out that they were financially unable to go, he would cover their costs. He would, if he found people were studying or scholars, he used to, in fact, Sufyan al-Thawri, he used to give him an annual stipend, an annual kind of salary, just as a patronage for him, even though he disagreed with Sufyan al-Thawri. Sufyan al-Thawri is I mean, it obviously has his own school of law, but that's how he would honor him. Sufyan ibn Uyayna. Sufyan ibn Uyayna praises him to that extent. He's from Mecca. He says that, I feel that he had so many virtues of Islam that, I mean, this is an exaggeration, of course. He says that if it wasn't for the Sahaba, that the companions, he said he would have, in terms of virtues, been placed amongst the companions of the Prophet, except he didn't see the Prophet. I mean, that's an exaggeration. But you can see how much people loved him. And they loved him really because it's not just his ilm, it's that his heart was in it. You know, and this is to show you an example. They say that there was this is how much he would give. Because giving, in giving you receive. They say every alternating year he would go on Hajj. And he had this personal thing where he would go 1 year, he would go on a military expedition, he would go on a jihad. And then the following year he would go on Hajj. And then he would alternate these years. And he was also an incredible, that background he came from, because he was so wealthy and he grew up, he had part of his upbringing, he had trained well. You see, in that day and age, things like swordsmanship, martial arts of that day and age, fighting skills, spear, how to handle these things, because he had luxury. He had the money. So he had trained really well in this stuff. He was like an excellent swordsman. And he was an excellent fighter of like the most elite league you can imagine. Now, he would take every alternating year. And the fighting, to give you an example, there was an expedition that he was on where, the old Arab systems of battle, they had this system which was called Mubaraza, a dualist mechanism. So before a battle would begin, a kind of like a warrior would kind of he would progress, come forward, and from the other side one would come forward and they'd have a duel, and they'd kind of, so this was called Mubaraza. So they almost always did that, the Arabs did. And then if one lost, another could come forward, and they could keep going until the duel ends, whatever. And then they would kind of have charge in. So there was a Mubaraza taking place where they say that the Muslim soldier had kind of gone forward, and you had I can't remember, I think it may have been Roman soldier from the other side. And they say that the Muslim soldier lost very easily. So another one comes forward, and he loses. Now, what this would do is it would really dampen the morale, and a third comes forward and he loses. And now you can imagine people are like, what the hell? So there's this known warrior amongst the Muslim ranks, and he comes forward, steps forward and says, I will deal with him. And he goes forward and he's going, toe to toe with this soldier, and it's very close, but he falls to the ground and is defeated. And this almost puts out the light of hope in the Muslim ranks. And they say that at that stage, a horseman comes forward with, mulatham, face covered, and he goes forward and he steps forward for the mubaraza, and the person says, okay, and he defeats that Roman soldier. And when he does, only a handful of them that were watching, spectators, rush forward. You're not meant to really do that in the mubaraza, but they say maybe 5 or 7 rush forward. And this covered swordsman takes them all on, defeats them, and then comes back and just disappears in the ranks. And they're all trying to figure out who it is. And this one person says, I followed him, and I thought, who the hell was that? And I go right to, and he goes into his tent and he removes his thing. It was Abdullah ibn Mubarak. I mean, he was known in his day and age for, just to give you an idea. But we were speaking of the Hajj. He was on his way to Hajj and he passes through Sham, and there was a certain area that had been hit by a pandemic several months before, and people in that region were starving. And he goes past, and he sees this woman ravaging through the litter, through rubbish, and she finds some carcass of some small kind of dead animal, and she's taking it, and he sees this from a distance, and he goes up to her. He's on his horse. He goes up to her and he asks her, what are you doing? And she says, like, what? I'm just getting something. He says, what are you going to do with it? And she says, I'm going to eat it. He is so hit by this that, ya salam, all of his Hajj money, he gives it to her. And he says it, and like he gives it to her, and he turns back and goes back. He says, Hajj another time. Allahu Akbar. You see, this is why people loved him. He was so, you see, it's because that's what it's about, humanity. It's not about, it's you see, the other things everybody admires, but this makes that difference. They say that on this occasion, Harun al-Rashid had come to Raqqa in Sham. And when he'd come in, people obviously, they go running, you get like crowds and crowds of people. And just coincidentally, that day, Abdullah ibn Mubarak was passing through. He too was coming for something else. He had arrived in Raqqa for something else. When people found out, the crowds ran, they went off. They're like, Abdullah ibn Mubarak, because they knew he always gave. He gave like with such an open heart. He would just give and not even look back. He'd give whatever he had. Such an open heart. And people who have a heart like that, Allah gives them from his unlimited resources. This is, and he goes on to spend his years as one of the greatest scholars of Islam. They say, by his deathbed, at his deathbed, because by the way, he's considered Amirul Mu'minina fil Hadith. This is how high he is in Hadith. And they say at his deathbed, people ask him that, who will there be for Hadith after you? You know why they're asking this? because there was an incident in I think with Harun al-Rashid, that they catch a particular person who he'd been up to all kinds of stuff. So they catch him and they about to persecute him, and he says, so what? You guys think you're so good. He says, I've already fabricated 3,000 hadith and put them into circulation. What a thing. What a thing to get people back, huh? He says, so what? I've already fabricated 3,000 ahadith and put them into circulation. Huh? That's a bit like, there's this story where of this imam, story from Pakistan, what I heard, that they call this imam to do imama. They said that, what, can you lead Taraweeh and we'll pay you such, X amount of money at the end. So he says, okay, then cool. So when it comes to the end, they say to him that he goes, Yaar wo paise, that money. And the guy says, Kaun se paise? What money? He goes, Yaar wo jo, namaz padhane wale, to lead the salah. That guy says, Yaar wo to maine aise hi kaha tha. I just said that. I just lied. I just wanted you to lead the salah for I just lied. And then he says, acha. He goes, to maine bhi, he goes, kuch din wuzu ke baghair hi namaz padhai thi. He says, well, I'll have you know that there were some days that I led the salah without wudu. What are you going to do about that? Kya baat hai, kya baat hai. This is so this guy had said, look, I've fabricated 3,000 hadith, put them into circulation. What are you going to do about it? And they say that what the caliph had asked Abdullah ibn Mubarak as a project, to go out and seek, like, to research the hadith, because hadith was his forte, and they say he found, this is what they say, 3,000 fabricated narrations in circulation and highlighted them. This is why he was such a don of this field. So on his deathbed, they ask him that, they say, Ya Aba Abdullah, man li hadha al-ilm ba'dak? Who is there for the... Because remember, he passes away 181. 179, Imam Malik has passed away. See, the great legends have all passed away. So they say, Ya Aba Abdullah, man li hadha al-ilm ba'dak? Who is there to serve this knowledge after you? And he says, Ya'ishu lahal jahabida. Allah. Said, legends will be born for it. Legends. Allah. You see, all in good time, that Allah has a divine algorithm at play. It's amazing, this. And speaking of dreams, we spoke earlier, they say that somebody saw Imam Shafi'i in a dream after his death. Imam Shafi'i is junior to Abdullah ibn Mubarak and passes away a few decades after him. He passes away in 204 Hijri. So they say that they saw Imam Shafi'i and they ask him, what came of you in the afterlife? And he says, Alhamdulillah, it's amazing, in a state of bliss. And they ask him in the dream that, what about Abdullah ibn Mubarak? He says, Abdullah ibn Mubarak is in the divine presence of God, Allah, as in he's way ahead of us. That he was such a legend of Islam. Yeah, I'll tell you an incident will wrap up. He had a great, the thing about him is, and you find this with a lot of the tabi'een, they had a great sense of humor. You find that as time moves forward, the scholars start to diminish their humor and they start to become more kind of very serious all the time. But in the Salaf era, the Tabi'een especially have a great sense of humor. You find people like Sha'bi and all these people, Abdullah ibn Mubarak and all these, Imam Abu Hanifa, and all these guys have a great sense of humor. They always like tongue in cheek saying stuff, and they're being like proper, but they'll say things and maybe not everybody will get it, but some people might get the joke. So yeah. So there's an incident where you see, because he studied with Imam Abu Hanifa loads, and he did take from him, although he traveled and had his own views, he didn't restrict himself to Imam Abu Hanifa's teaching. But there's an incident much later. He comes back because he travels a lot. You see, he's very wealthy. He goes around, travels around, and he comes back to Kufa on this particular incident. And he's praying. He meets Imam Abu Hanifa, and he's praying next to Imam Abu Hanifa. So both of them are praying. And so they're praying their salah and everything. And so when they finish, Imam Abu Hanifa has like a smirk. So Abdullah ibn Mubarak looks at him and he says, like, Mabit, he says, what's up? He says, what's up with you? Like he asked Imam Abu Hanifa, what's up with you? And Imam Abu Hanifa says to him that, he says, he says, Aturidu an tatir? He says, are you, because Abdullah ibn Mubarak does all the Raf' al-Yadayn, Abu Hanifa says, are you trying to fly away? Are you trying to flap so you can, like, are you trying to fly away? Aturidu an tatir? Like, meaning, is that like your wings, you're trying to fly? So, so some people burst out laughing. And then he obviously replies, like he says, well, he says, Illam atir fil ula, lam atir fil bawaqi. He says, if the first one doesn't help me take off, then I'm sure the others are fine as well. But this was their kind of banter. They didn't really, they didn't take these things too hard. Unlike, unfortunately, people afterwards who missed the spirit that these people had. But they were great, legends, really. So I hope that's of some inspiration. But one of the major things you can learn from that, if I could say two lessons that really anchor this great personality, one is his living example of giving. He had this heart that really just shone, there was just light, that he would give wherever he could. And the other was understanding that all in good time. He was somebody well into it, like he had reached his 20s. He was not somebody who was interested in Islam or that kind of legacy. He was a poet. He was, living a luxurious kind of lifestyle, enjoying, chilling. But it wasn't by preaching. It wasn't by somebody telling him, you need to pray, you need to do this, alcohol is haram. It was a realization, this noetic quality, this ilm. It's not information. It's an understanding. So no new information was added to him. It was a realization. And that happens in its own time. And Allah gives to whom He wills. I hope that's been of some help. So shukran for that. Let me take a look at some of your questions. I'm going to share the link as well. I'll get the invite link. Aqidah is the what have we got here? We've got We've got a bunch of comments. I remember that story. Right, let's share the link. All right. You know, when this thing of all in good time, it's a reminder for everything, you know, that we don't know how life is unfolding. And there are struggles and there are difficulties or there are challenges or there are hurdles or sometimes we're praying. And it's just a reminder that all in good time. Just to breathe. Remember that there was a time where you prayed, you wished so hard to be in the position that you are right now. There was, wasn't there? So, although now we may undervalue, devalue it, but there was a time. So, yeah. So, Allah has a divine algorithm at play. Let me grab my headphones and put these on. Let me just 1 second. Oh, is this? Wait there. Nope, is it not connecting? All right, let me try to disconnect. क्या बात है यार. Let me try to disconnect this. Okay, disconnect that. See if that helps. I've got another one lying around, another device. Disconnect. Switch all of these off. Let's see if it connects now. Okay, let me just bring this over here. Right, is there another one? Can I... Okay, I tell you what, let me remove this device. Add it again. See if that... Right, just 1 second, people. Okay, there you go. Connecting, done. Okay, hopefully that's all done now. Let me just go into settings. Check that. Audio, mic, okay. Yep, that's working. Cool. All right, let's go. We've got, who have we got? We've got some, right, some guests. We've got Muhammad Umar. All right. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam, Mufti. It's been a long time.
It has indeed. All right, Muhammad Umar. We're at Farhan. All right, where are you joining us from? Remind us again.
From India, Andhra Pradesh.
Oh, yes, of course. Yeah.
You remember?
I do. Absolutely. Yaar.
How are you doing, Mufti?
I'm good, yaar. Kaisa chal raha hai? What's going on? How are things?
It's been very cold here, you know. It's been freaking cold.
Cold?
Yes, I feel like it's England. It's raining all day.
Wow, isn't it? Oh, yes, of course. It might be is it the kind of monsoon thing that, is it that?
Yeah, exactly. And how's the
Acha.
weather in England?
It's all right here, to be honest. This is, we're in July, so it's good. It's good. I don't actually like it when it's too hot. Not that it gets too hot here. It's only a few days in the year, but I just like it when it's nice. It's bright. There's a nice wind. That kind of, and it's like that. Alhamdulillah, Allah be praised. So, acha, to kya ho raha hai wahan pe? What's going on in India? And what are some thoughts on your preoccupying your precious mind?
Actually, I want to ask you a question. Can we have
Sure.
expectations from our siblings after a certain age? Like, two siblings, they grow together, and one sibling becomes rich, another just end up poor. So it's not the responsibility of the sibling to look after his poor sibling and his kids.
Right. Okay. Good question. So, you see, so there is a right. So there is an obligated duty, let's say, from Islam, and then there's a kind of moral duty that we have, which is not obligated in the sense it's not structured, as in we're not told. So there's certain things we are told, let's say, as rules almost, where they lay down for us, like you should respect, let's say, show respect or be respectful to your parents. You should have compassion towards youngsters and respect elders, and you should take care of your parents financially if they need help. Now, your siblings they're just running concurrently to you. They are independent. They do their own thing. You grow up, you do your thing. Let's say they do their thing. Now, if they happen to be struggling financially, so you in Islam, from one perspective, you are an adult, you are an individual. You are told you are responsible for your household, lil bayt, for lidar in Arabic. So you are, rabbul dar or rabbul bayt. So you're going to take care of your wife, you're going to take care of your children, take care of whoever lives under that roof. So you are not, from this perspective, you are not made responsible to watch over what your siblings are doing. Because if they're adults, they're adults, obviously, or your parents watch over them, or they're grown adults. So from that perspective, one would say, look, Islam has not said to me, I am mandated to do this. However, you see, there is a hadith. Now, I know this hadith has in fact, before we even come to the hadith, the verse of the Quran, وَفِي أَمْوَالِهِمْ حَقٌّ مَعْلُومٌ, that people who in their wealth is a known haqq. This haqq is a contingency haqq. It's not, Imam Shatibi in his Muwafaqat, he speaks of things that are mandatory, like there's mandates, which he says, he says certain things are iqtida'i and taba'i. Okay, al-amr iqtida'i wal-amr taba'i. So for example, you have a requisite mandate. You have something that you have to do, and you have certain things which are based on the circumstances. They're circumstantial. They are not generally. They're contingent. So you don't normally need to be sending money to your, let's say, your friends or your siblings or your neighbor or something. But if something befell them and they are in crisis, then this haqq it appears that you have this right, an obligation, as a moral obligation, to stand in and help بقدر المستطاع, whatever you can. Like maybe you can only help a small amount, then a small amount. Maybe you can help more, some more. Maybe, you see, it's قدر المستطاع, but not to be like, in the Good Samaritan story, that a person is, the priest is walking past because he's got to go to his sermon and not help the person. That's even towards a stranger, you have haqqun ma'lum. See, Allah begins حق معلوم للسائل والمحروم. That's even to a stranger. فما بالك بالأقارب. What do you think about those who are related to you? So I would say there definitely is a contingent obligation, a mandate that appears the moment they become in need. And if you have, then of course, definitely do give. If you have and you can, obviously, sometimes people don't have. But if you have, obviously, I understand as well, sometimes there is, people do draw a balance. They don't want people to just, kind of like become a leech on them, in the sense that they just always just drain them for these things. People don't like that either. And that's understandable. I get that. But similarly, if you know someone and they're going through a tough time, maybe without their asking even, don't wait for them to ask. Just do, if you can. If you think, yeah, this is, nothing for me, I'll just sort this out for them. This is where, you do, and from the unseen, so much risk comes to you. This is synchronicity. It's not cause and effect, but it kind of synchronizes in that way. But yeah, that's what I would
Mufti,
say.
what if they have a bad blood between them? I mean, some siblings they don't talk in
Oh,
years,
they
you
have
know.
bad blood between them. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's yeah.
it's common in India and Pakistan.
Yeah,
I
it's common.
Pakistani,
Yeah, it's true. The logo mein hota hai yaar. It's so strange because, when you think about it, you're actually brothers and sisters. It's, from one perspective, it's like you were kids together. Like I find it. I mean, I can understand, like, from a rational perspective, how this is, like, I can understand the happenings, but there's a side of me that always thinks, like, wow, okay, why are you not doing something to quash that, to remove that? Why not? Like, just try to. I get it, sometimes the other person, uh the other the other person may keep stepping away. They may not allow it, but you should still, to some extent, try. A little thing, if you can. Gifts work wonders, but even just being in person, a hug, just a hi, just being. Yeah, I do find it. I mean, I understand it because, like you said, it's common. I've, alhamdulillah, in that sense, I'm grateful to Allah. Our siblings, we've never really ever had anything like that negative, and we've
mashallah.
always been reasonably, um, reasonably close, and I feel that, I don't know, maybe because when we were young we had like incredibly tough times, and it drew us all together because we had to kind of stick together to kind of get through them. But I see, because I see this so often, people with their siblings, there'll be some siblings, they just hate each other, like proper hatred. It's like a sheer, like, oh, pure hatred. And you think, yeah, but it's your own brother and your own sister and your own, but it can get evil, and people do some evil stuff. And what's interesting is, this is what Freud, I believe, referred to as uh, um, narcissism of proximal differences, I believe, where he's highlighting, and there's the great Maliki legend from Muslim Spain, Abu Bakr ibn al-Arabi, the great
Yeah, I know
Muslim
him.
scholar. He writes about this in his commentary on Tirmidhi as well, that he says that the love we have for other people, the energy we have, if you like, because it can be love or hate, because I feel sometimes they're just two sides of the same coin, but it's like the energy coming out in a different way. That he said that you find hate, he was speaking about hatred. He said the closer a person is, the stronger and more intense the hatred can be. So he said, for example, the hatred you can find within siblings or within one qabila clan will be much more intense than the hatred people have for someone from another entirely separate race. Like he said, let's say you had hatred with someone. He said that the closer you get, the energy is almost that much more intense. So he explains this in his commentary.
I mean,
And
in
I always,
Ibrahim alayhi salam also, so we can get the same example. His father and his and Ibrahim alayhi salam,
yeah,
they loved
Ibrahim.
each other,
But
but they had an enormous hate.
yeah, but Ibrahim alayhi salam always loved his father. I think his father was kind of obviously upset with him, and because he continues to make dua for his father. It's a fascinating point you remind us of that. Many people miss this. I don't know why, but or it just baffles them. Is people mention the verse that Allah is saying to Ibrahim alayhi salam that don't seek forgiveness for your father. That there is basically a barrier between you and those who've chosen kufr, and don't make dua for him. That people often use this to say, well, you shouldn't make dua for your relatives who are not Muslim, but they maybe don't focus on when Ibrahim's mission has come to an end at later life, and he's a very old man, and he's made the Kaaba, and he calls people for the Hajj, and then he makes a dua. He says, Rabbi ja'alni muqimus salah, that make me somebody who establish. And then he says, وَرَبَّنَا اغْفِرْ لِي وَلِوَالِدَيَّ, forgive me and my parents. And he's an old man and his father has long died. You see, but a lot of people, for some reason, they don't make the connect here. They don't realize that he did make dua for his dad, who did die as a non-Muslim in his old age, and his father had been long dead. So it's a fascinating point. You just reminded me. I thought I'd say it. So okay, but shukran,
Uh,
Muhammad Umar. Oh,
Mufti, another small question, if you don't mind.
चलो
Just,
यार, since
uh,
आप
uh,
आप हिंदुस्तान से हैं और दिल है फिर भी दिल है हिंदुस्तानी. So as always, yeah, there's a lot going on in India, by the way. But yeah,
yes,
indeed,
a lot.
a lot,
Why
man.
do we
Just
struggle in Salah after a certain age? When I was in my 11th, I used to pray 5 times a day. But now I even try to get up for Fajr, I just switch off the alarm and just go to sleep again. Why do we struggle as we go older
what?
in Salah?
No, look, these things are natural. I will just say what's said in the hadith, and I understand people may have different ways of doing it, and may Allah bless their ways. I would say in the hadith, when the person said that, the Prophet said, look, when you wake up, pray. Khalas.
But, but still,
It's
there's always a guilt inside you. It's like I used to
there shouldn't be
pray.
a guilt. There should be, you see, Islam isn't really about guilt. Sure, I understand that a person, maybe you're not meeting your expectations, so maybe you're feeling, I can do better, and that's sure, that's wonderful, but it's not to me. I would say, look, carrying guilt around is more, Allahu Alam, but it appears to be more a Christian kind of way of looking at things. Islam, you see, if you're asleep, you're asleep. There is a debate between scholars that, so you take something like an alarm clock now. Now, obviously, in the Prophet's time, they didn't have alarm clocks. So, is it necessary to place an alarm to wake up? So, this is a question. So, you will find, and people will disagree. And you'll find the great, like the great Maliki legend, student of Ibn Ashur, Sheikh Muhammad al-Lakhwa, was very great scholar from, Zaytuna and Tunis. And so if you read Al-Fiqh al-Maliki wa Adillatu, in that, Habib ibn Tahir, who's his student, writes it, that wait, I believe he writes it in there, but it's from Muhammad al-Lakhwa. I think maybe Muhammad ibn Tahir cites it in Fiqh al-Maliki wa Adillatu as well. But the ruling is, they say no, there's no obligation in Islam to have an alarm clock. Sure, it may be a good thing, it may be planning, but there's no obligation. So Islam did not say set yourself a reminder. So you may say, well, if I don't have a reminder, then I won't wake up. Sure, and that's that's a point. You won't wake up. But how does that mean setting? So you could say, well, that means I'll miss my prayer. And so I must set a reminder. Now, you see, setting a reminder is fine. Nobody's disagreeing. But does Allah say you must have a reminder to wake up? So this here, sure, some people may say, okay, you need to because otherwise you can't. And other people will say, well, how did people in the past wake up? In fact, they would argue that, you see, when there's something called tathweeb, when you go to remind someone to pray, which many people considered a bid'ah, like Imam Malik condemned that kind of practice, although I'm not saying it has to be condemned, but where you go and you tell somebody again after the adhan, let's go pray. That's actually not something the Prophet taught in Islam. Prophet never called anybody to pray after the adhan. It was just the adhan is done, we don't call anyone. And the adhan wasn't done on speakers, by the way. So there's no tathweeb. We don't go around reminding people. But sure, if a person wants to and they have an understanding, that's their way. It wasn't Imam Malik's way. It wasn't the way of Medina. In the city of the Prophet, it wasn't the tradition. It was called a bid'ah to do something. Imam Malik was obviously very strict. But I get that. I understand other people have said, look, okay, it's not from the Prophet, but it's a nice thing and we want to do it and there's room for it. I'm not kind of saying those people can't do it. They can do it, sure. But the point is that this discussion, how did those people wake up? Now, they woke up because it was their way of life to wake up at that time. You understand? So this now becomes a debate, because in that day and age, it was the way of life, regardless of Islam. It was the way of life to wake up at dawn, because everybody woke up at dawn. Muslim, non-Muslim, pagan, believer, everybody woke up at dawn.
So it is for us, for a Muslim, to wake up before dawn?
So say that
I mean,
again?
it is some sort of compulsion. Is it compulsion for every Muslim?
The question is now it becomes this is where the discourse then becomes a discussion that, okay, so what happens when the day and age has changed in certain parts of the world? In some parts of the world, that is still the way. So when I lived sometime in the village in Pakistan, when I used to do my hifz, I would go to the village. People woke up at dawn. Even those who didn't pray woke up at dawn. They woke up because everybody woke up when there was some light, everybody woke up. And they started going to see their animals and see the crops, and everybody got up. Not everybody prayed, but everybody got up. So it was still a way of life today in some parts of the world. But in developed countries and in cities, it's less so a way of life. The urbanized world doesn't really wake up with dawn. They wake up. So now it's a discussion. Well, okay, do people, should we set an alarm? Sure, set an alarm. Must we set an alarm becomes another question. So it becomes a debate. And I think it's not so. I would feel it's not that obvious that Allah mandates an alarm clock. I think it's a bit of a jump. Some people may feel it's not a jump. They may feel it's fine. It's a very clear corollary of that logic, and fine. More power to them. But other ulama would feel that no, you can't make something an obligation unless Allah has made it an obligation in Islam. And Allah has not said. In fact, tathweeb was discouraged in the Prophet's time. You weren't really allowed to go to remind people about prayer in the Prophet's time. Afterwards, sure, people did it. But so, to some people, this is not a natural corollary. It doesn't follow. To others, maybe it does. It's a pick of the thing, whatever you feel. I would say, look, a person tries, and it's your devotion and it's your niyyah that matters. Set the alarm, alhamdulillah, that's great, do it. It's wonderful. If you miss it, as the hadith says, when you wake up, then pray. And the deen, it has that. And sure, I respect those people who say you must set an alarm and you must make sure you get up, and you must, and if you miss it, everybody agrees if you miss it, you make up for it. But I also respect those who say, sure, it's good to set an alarm. It's there is a diversity. We have to understand that in Islam there is there is like a glory, a majesty to this, to the kind of understandings, the cogs of what the Deen says to us, and we shouldn't react if we hear something that disagrees with us. We should kind of understand that, okay, sure, that's how some people understood it. I disagree with it. That's fine. I go with this. Sure. Or I disagree with that. I go with that. The main thing is none of us are here to impose on anybody else. It is our own journey of Islam, and all in good time. I'll wrap up. Oh, with that, some very final words, because it's very important. The whole India scenario. God, may Allah make things easy. I mean, it's just so much. I've been seeing some of these news. So much is going on.
So much.
This whole thing, for people who don't know, there's been this whole incident. I mean, there's been quite a few incidents, really. It's been a build-up of a series of events, and with this Udaipur incident, there was a beheading of a tailor, and two Muslims took responsibility, and they said they did it in the name of Islam, and this has just caused mayhem. And ya salam, people really need to. This is why it's so important that the message of Islam, being a message of mercy, penetrates the hearts of everyone. Islam is not a it is not a message of mercenaries. Killing someone, even if they insult the Prophet, killing someone is wrong.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Mufti, Abu Halaf used to insult the Prophet a lot, but the Prophet never minded him. He just said he is an ignorant guy, leave him. But I don't
Yeah.
understand, people take very seriously
Yeah,
if someone insults the Prophet.
You see, in the lifetime of the Prophet, many people insulted the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. They would harm him, they would insult him, and the Prophet, rahmatan lil alamin, would still make dua for them. Make dua for them. Look how hard that is. Somebody insults you, and you say, you know what? Ya Allah, give this person more, wellness and goodness in their life. I'll be honest with you. As a human, I would struggle to do that. That's my ego, and
Everybody
that's my
struggles.
journey. I need to develop on that journey, and this is how the Prophet would never have said execute someone because they insulted him. Never. That's not from the message of Islam, and this really needs to be. And then look, in such precarious times in India, where people, there's already this anti-Muslim sentiment.
So much.
To do this is to set a flame, a wildfire that will become uncontrollable. It's ya salam, wallahi, my heart goes. It really saddens me. I see these things and I think, may Allah just have mercy, make things easy for these people. May Allah put love and compassion in the hearts of these people. Because, India, because before, really, if you look for hundreds and hundreds of years, Muslims, Hindus have coexisted for so long. Sure, occasionally there may have been some little skirmish here and there, but Islam was hardly ever the factor. Maybe as a one-off something happened, people lived with each other. Hindus went and continue to go to Muslim shrines. They continue to go to, the part of they incorporated even certain Muslim saints, Kabir and all these people into their practices. These are, what I'm trying to show is how they just co-evolved. They didn't have this kind of understand. This is very recent. In we're seeing this kind of militant and these reactions, and then obviously you're having fascism on both sides of the spectrum. You're getting both ends kind of going towards further polarized. But may Allah make it easy, man. I make dua for everyone struggling there. Ameen. Shukran, Omar, for joining us today.
Thanks a lot, Mufti.
We'll catch up. Take care. Stay blessed. Assalamu alaikum. People, that was Muhammad Omar Farhan from India. All right. I'll share the link out again. Right, what's going on? If more people had guns, they'd stop the mass shooter. What a logic. Abu Safura. If more people had guns, they'd stop the shooter. That's an American problem. I don't think anywhere in the world that happens. What happens in America is this whole. What happens in America is this. What we see, this whole mass shooting, school shootings, for example, the way they happen. I think that is a very American phenomenon. And it'd be, somebody has to get into the mind of what's going on there. Right, let's see. We've got Yusuf Zaidani. I'm just seeing, there's seems to be a bit of a delay. I wonder if I restart this, or just 1 second. Let me see. Shouldn't. I'm going into this is a risk. Let's do it. All right, am I back? Let's see. Go to settings. 1 second. Hello. Yep, testing. Okay, that's as that. I take it I'm back. Okay, so I don't know. I can still see a tiny bit of a delay, but as long as you guys can hear me all fine. Somebody said, look, there is a delay, I've noticed as well. Well, because that's got to be streaming, so I couldn't really, I can't think of. Mufti missed my super chat. I'm just going to go back, check super chats. I can't see any super chat here. My internet is saying all in good time. Allah, you're doing it. Nope, I'm good. All right, cool. Birmingham internet. Yeah, that's it. Let's add. We were Leicester Exchange. Let's add Yusuf Zaidani to the live stream. Yusuf.
Hey.
Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Ahlan.
Wa sahlan wa marhaban. Yusuf, where are you joining us from?
I'm joining from United States. I'm from Morocco, but I live in the United States.
All right, you're doing it. Ahlan wa sahlan wa marhaban. You're doing it. From the Maghrib to the Maghrib al-Aqsa. From the Maghrib al-Aqsa to the Gharb al-Aqsa.
Maghrib.
All right. So, all right. Talk to us, Yusuf.
My question was about doing Islamic studies. So I graduated recently, from engineering, and I would like to get more knowledge Islamically.
Okay.
So I don't know. I think I was thinking about maybe traveling to Medina or maybe Egypt. I know you studied in Syria, right, for your Islamic studies?
I mean, I did some of my study. Obviously, I studied a long time ago, so Syria
Okay.
was still. I went in the late 90s to Damascus,
Oh, wow.
so back then Syria was a very peaceful place, and I visited Syria on. I mean, I was there for a year and something, maybe a year and a half the first time, but I went again after, like, so I went to Pakistan, then I came back to Syria for about 3 months. So it must have been in maybe 2001 or 2002 or something. And then I went again, I think 2004 or something. But so that was the last time, or 2003, I can't remember. But in those times, it was obviously very peaceful. There was, it was still a place where a lot of people were coming to. It was in the days of Hafez al-Assad. So it was
Bashar's
Bashar
father.
al-Assad's father. Obviously, it was still very dictatorial, but people were very peaceful. There was there was immense stability. As far as I'm aware, crime was very low. Yeah, but
That's what I
then
heard, yeah.
since, maybe whenever it was, 2010, 2011, since the uprising, and obviously now I think it'd be, I don't think you could go there. That wouldn't be not.
Yeah, I think Syria is our
Not
question.
to learn. Yeah, so Syria would be out the question.
Yeah, I'm thinking Egypt maybe, or like Al-Azhar or Jamiat al-Medina, maybe those ones.
Okay, sure. Medina, as in Jamiatul Medina University.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, I heard it's pretty good. I don't know. That's why I want to know your advice, because I think it's better to go there to study than here in the United States.
For Islam, yeah.
Yeah.
You see, it's interesting because, how old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm 25.
Young.
Yeah, I was gonna
fresh,
ask you actually if, like, at this age, I can still learn, like, Fiqh.
There's many things you can learn at 25.
Good to know.
You surf it, doing it. So, yeah, you see, it's interesting because, going abroad. You see, because you already have al-Arabiya, so you have Arabic, I take it. Now,
Moroccan Arabic is a bit different, but I do understand like Fusha pretty good, but not to the level of really like studying very well,
Okay, so because it's interesting.
Because in Morocco we speak Darija. It's different dialects.
Darija, Maghribi Darija is it's very different. But you know what's interesting and fascinating about the Maghariba is many of them seem to understand Fusha pretty well.
Yes, if you because I study in the United States. If you study there, then if you go through the school, you study in Morocco. We study in French and Arabic. Yeah. So then you learn Fusha and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah, mostly. But I found like a lot of them, they can understand Fusha very well, and many of them can speak it reasonably well when they're trying to with you, and some of them can speak it very well. And I'm talking about common people. I'm not talking about like a ulama or something.
Okay. Yeah.
That's been my experience. I found that they can speak it. Many amongst them can speak it either. They can speak it well, or some very well, and it's so I don't know whether that's because I was like having a conversation about this with a good friend of mine, Mamadou Tal. I don't know if you know him. He's studying. He had been studying in Egypt for many years, and he's going to the States now to do his PhD.
Is he a sheikh?
Yeah, I mean he's not a sheikh, but he studied several years in Egypt, in parts of Al-Azhar, in other private, Durus Khasa, other things. And we were speaking about this very phenomenon. We were speaking about just the different kind of, darijat and these kind of colloquial Arabics. And he was saying, it's interesting. He said the same thing. He said that, look, he'd visited Morocco as well. And he said he'd lived for years now, probably, I don't know, 6 years or something in Egypt. He said that in Egypt, in many places, they can't understand Fusha sometimes. And they definitely, nobody will speak back to you in Fusha. And it's interesting because he said, when I compare that with Morocco, he said, I found almost everybody I spoke to understood me, and most people spoke back in it. And he said, maybe that's because the Darija is so different from Fusha that they do it. Whereas maybe Egyptians are so complacent that they feel that their Darija isn't that different. So they're not going to even bother trying to speak. So maybe that's a reason. Maybe it's just because they feel that, you know, we don't need to speak Fusha, whatever. But I found even Egyptian shuyukh on YouTube many of them will not speak Fusha. So that's fascinating. Whereas
I think they're very proud of their Darija.
like whereas I find most Moroccan shuyukh will speak Fusha. And maybe that's because their Darija is so different from the Fusha, the kind of standard deviation, if you like, from the language. But yeah, coming back to places, I was going to say, look, if you could get your Arabic sorted, which I think you will be able to do relatively quickly, because you have a base and you have obviously all the you just have to kind of fix in
like grammar and stuff.
Yeah, and another thing I was going to say, I forgot to say, was just as a side point, maybe children growing up today with all the cartoons in Fusha help them, because cartoons are mainly in Fusha, aren't they? So you know, in like Morocco and these countries,
yeah, true, yeah, that's correct. Like the news and stuff, yeah.
Because I remember speaking to certain people in Fusha, and they were like, "Oh, it sounds like it, like in the cartoons." I thought, okay, that's great.
Yeah.
Right. So yeah. So if you get the Fusha kind of ironed out quite quickly, then you can. I think that's a huge, like, you've already got a huge portal. You've got access to so much. Maybe even a bit of studies then, because you see, studying, then I think the studying becomes a bit arbitrary, because if you know Arabic, then it's more about, okay, the environment helps and also the schedule. So if you're committed, you have a schedule. Like if you live in I suppose living in a madrasa, the benefit is you just have to show up. Then everything's there. Like I just have to turn up and the scholars are going to keep teaching me like clockwork. So it's just being there. So it's easy. And I guess if I'm living with more students, I'm talking to them. But for most students, well, living in an Arab country, what helps is the Arabic initially. So getting the Arabic. But if you can get that, like just as a booster option, then maybe even short bursts of studies might be able to do the job. Like maybe like if you, for example, you started, like, let's say you had Arabic. Now that's not an issue. So now if you were committed, now it comes back to personal commitment. If you were committed, let's say you started, a person could even online, let's say you watch certain videos of certain teachers explaining certain books. Like let's say you did a fiqh book, a basic text. Let's say you did a nahu book. Once you did them, let's say you did an usul hadith book. Let's say you did some tafsir. And now you kind of up the kind of grade. You went to an intermediate level in these books. Let's say you started now kind of doing your own little research into certain things. You did a bit of tafsir, you started learning a bit more masail, you did an usul text. Now maybe you also contact a sheikh, you start studying with a sheikh. Maybe you're doing it via Zoom, you're doing it via Skype, you're still in the States. Maybe you fly out, and let's say you flew out, but you went for only a few months. And in those months, you finished these things, you were living with students. Let's say you went for 3 months, for example. You went there, you're doing these things, you're doing that. You kind of, you 3 months is plenty to be absorbed into an environment. To really, you know, if you're not kind of living a pure tourist, epic lifestyle, then you can kind of get into it and you can read and learn. And then let's say, I don't know, I'm just giving a suggestion. Let's say you went back to the States and you're doing some work, so you carried on some work, you generated some cash. This is if you needed to generate cash, and maybe you went 3 months to a different place now. Like maybe you went to Qahira first, and now maybe you went to in Tunis somewhere, there was a sheikh, like you reached out, you connected, you spent 3 months there, you kind of came back, did another 3-4 months of work. Meanwhile, online, went back. Maybe you visited, I don't know, Jordan. Maybe, some things, you hear of something there and you go there. Maybe you go somewhere in Fez, you hear of some shuyukh there, you go to Fez. Or now, let's say maybe you stay for 4 months, not 3 months. Maybe what I'm suggesting as a suggestion is that this isn't very structured in terms of you're not going to get a degree by the end of it, because you're kind of it's a very scattered learning.
Yeah,
but the lived experience will be very profound, because those, let's say 4 months in one place or 3 months in one place will seem like years in a place. They won't seem like, just because it'll be so new, you'll be absorbing everything. Now, when you come out, let's say you spend that in a different place, you absorb all of that, you ask all these questions, by the end of it, you are connected to so many different shuyukh that you'd kind of gone to, you'd shadow. And sometimes when you have, like, let's say now because you've learned so much, because you're learning, because you're passionately, actively learning. You're inquisitively learning, like you're researching, you're Googling questions. What is this? What is this? Oh, why is this? Why is... Now imagine, I don't know if money is a problem, if it isn't a problem. Let's say if it could have been a problem, that's why when you're back in the States, you're doing a bit of work, you're gathering more money to go back. Now, if let's say you're back in the States, you're there for 3-4 months, you're earning some more money. Now, in this situation, it's also easier. Now, let's say there's a sheikh, like you hear of this sheikh in Bahrain, let's say, or in Qatar or something, or let's say he's in the UAE, and he's a certain sheikh, you see, oh, this guy seems epic. Let's say you connect now. Now, imagine you because nowadays you can connect with people, you send an email, sheikh, I'd love to meet you, I'm coming to this place. Now, imagine you ask this sheikh for a small window. Like if you said to this sheikh, I want to come and spend a year with you, sheikh would be like, get lost. I don't know who the hell you are. But imagine you said to this sheikh, I've been reading through your books, I've been reading through this thing. Or imagine there's an intermediary, and you say, like, if there's a person in the middle, you could maybe even say, look, I'd like to compensate this much if I could just spend 1 week with this sheikh, like for let's just say a few hours a day or whatever. But if you're asking the sheikh directly, obviously that might be a bit, I don't know, you got to gauge it right, because it could come off a bit inappropriate. But you going to a sheikh in a very compact time, like let's say you target few sheikh, it's like targeted. Like I hear this sheikh is, let's say I hear sheikh who's that sheikh, what's his name, Sheikh Naji from he's from the Gulf somewhere. I think, is he from Bahrain, or is he from Qatar, or he's from one of these places, or is it Kuwait? But anyway, he's a sheikh. He's done some tahqiq. Great sheikh. He's Maliki as well, but he's done some tahqiq on Hadithi stuff. Now imagine you reach out, say, sheikh, I really love to come see you. Now you take him some gifts. You see, because you've got the money to do so, and you're only there for a short time, there's a great chance you would be entertained. I mean, not entertained in the right sense, meaning accommodated. Because a person would think, oh, okay, because you can do that. You can kind of afford to come in with this kind of like a very, like a surgical approach. Like you're not scattered. You're very targeted. Like, let's say you've read some of his works and you've read this stuff now. And whilst you're there, you're working, you just want to discuss it with him. So you come there, you meet him, you've made contact. Let's say you give him some gifts. Sheikh, I'd love to just be able to just have some moments with you. Or, I've been reading your books. I just want to pick your brains on it. I'm only there for a few days anyway. So a person may think, oh, okay, why not? Come see me on Tuesday. Now you come see the Sheikh and, you've kind of charmed him a bit and you've kind of, oh, right, you've managed to discuss with him. And it's okay. So, yeah, Sheikh, if I could, I'd just love to sit with you again. Just to, I'd just love to pick your thoughts on this. Sure, you know what? I'll tell you what, I'll come back day after tomorrow. And you're there because you're only there a few days. I'm flying out on such and such day. Sometimes these things may give you so much more than you going to Cairo, let's say, and because I've spoken to people who go to a place and they live there for years, and they've not really made connections with anyone because they just go to a ma'had and really they just know their own, that one random teacher in the ma'had, and then they go to this place and they know the teachers that come there, but those teachers are like, let's say, they're not really significant. Nobody's really heard of them, let's say. Now, what I'm trying to say is, sure, that this way, and they become complacent. So it becomes passive learning. So if maybe targeted learning, where you've got the language out of the way and you can pick up the basics yourself, and you pick up some intermediate, and then you start taking sessions. Maybe they're online, maybe you go to a place, you spend a few months, because you know your time is limited, you will be pressed to do much more. Like if I got here and I said, well, I've got 5 years here, I'll be like, oh, okay. If I got here and I said, well, I've got to leave by August, or I've got to leave by September, and I think, or by October, I think, okay, damn, I better get on with it. I better go to this place, I better organize this, I don't know. This
also
is
you have to find a job too, right?
Yeah.
Need to have some income as well.
Yeah, exactly. So this is one way that, for example, let's say you were working in the States. Let's say you're temping, you're doing some kind of temporary jobs. You're just having an income, but you're just gathering some money to be able to live only for 3-4 months abroad and then come back. So in a way, it kind of affords these kind of these pockets of excursions, and also it allows you to diversify your excursions, because because in years to come you'll be like, oh yeah, when I was in Tunis, when I was in Alexandria, when I was in Oman, it sounds, honestly, I love the thought of, I think that would be epic. If I don't know, it's a thought, but there's no harm in obviously, if you want to go enroll in a university, get a full degree and come out, sure. I mean, that's
I think what you say is a good idea too, because even in the Quran, it says to travel and see the world. So I mean,
you see, the way I'm saying, you won't come out of it with a degree, but to me, what is an Islamic degree going to give you anyway?
True.
Like, to me, an Islamic degree doesn't give anything. It doesn't, like, there's no worldly income you're going to get from an Islamic degree. So at most, you can use it to become a teacher in an Islamic studies, let's say, religious department somewhere. But
I was going to say that I might want to teach in the future. I'm not sure yet.
Yeah, exactly. Sure. But I understand that. So you have to kind of look at all your own goals and pitch it accordingly. You have to think, well, you know what? I do want a degree. So, okay, how does that work then? And maybe you can work it in different ways. Maybe you could think, well, you know what? In that case, I know in the UK, we have an open university system where you kind of can study distantly. And nowadays, I think a lot of universities do, because of COVID. So the OU we have here used to be much cheaper than regular universities. Maybe you have a system where, you think, okay, well, I could do a part-time degree and it could take me 5-6 years and I could do it in religious studies, but I'll do it abroad. I'll do it wherever I'm traveling. See, it doesn't matter because it's cheaper and I just have to do it abroad anyway. So, I mean, I don't have to attend anyway. So it's food for thought. But Yusuf, it's been great speaking to you.
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate it.
Very welcome.
I was just going to add that,
sure.
I chose a career of petroleum engineering. So usually we work like 2 weeks on and 2 weeks off. So I thought with the advice you gave me, maybe like those 2 weeks I can use them to, do something like that.
May Allah give you more and more.
Yeah. Barakallahu fiqh. Shukran jazeer.
Likewise, man. Hayyakallah. Okay, Yusuf, take care. Assalamu alaikum. People, that was Yusuf Zaidani from the States on Seeking Knowledge. Mufti, your analogy was I'm not sure what analogy that was. And Momo the legend, yep, Moroccans speak Fusha well because no one can understand them without it. Oh, could be. Yeah, of course. Maghariba are blessed people. The Maghariba. Right. It is undoubtedly. Right. So cool. I've got some people here. All right, guys. Can I see any? Let me share the link again. I've got Al-Mutanabbi and I've got Zubair. I can't see any. What does he mean by divine? What does he mean by... Right, guys, can you switch on your webcams and let me bring you on? Let me take a sip of water. We've got Zubair. Okay, let's add Zubair. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum, Paji. Can you hear me?
Wa alaikum assalam. I can indeed. How are you doing?
Good, brother. How are you?
I'm good. So I see we're both. I was just checking the webcam. We're both kind of facing.
Oh yeah, I don't know which way you want me to look.
Yeah, I was trying to do it so we both look towards each other as opposed to looking away from. This. All right, that's the way. All right,
that's perfect. Yeah, okay, cool.
Oh no, we're still away from each other.
See if I can...
Yeah, okay. No, that's the. All right, yeah, cool. Okay, so you're looking at me. Let me shift it this way. See if I can try to. Okay, so what's going on, Zubair? Where are you joining us from?
Two things. I am joining from Canada.
Oh, Canada. All right.
Toronto.
Toronto.
Originally from Pakistan, as you can tell.
All right. Okay. Sure. All right. Ahlan wa sahlan.
I came with two-ish questions. Maybe you can answer them.
Sure, of course. Let's
try.
One
was just generally like is there any place to like reach you with academic things? Because I'm writing a thesis on monotheism, and I wanted to send it your way eventually when it finishes.
Sure. I mean, yeah, just to send to me. I mean, what to do is reach out to me on Instagram. In fact, Instagram should have my email kind of on it. But if not, just drop me a message and I will connect with you and send you my email, and you can just send it over if it's just that. And obviously, Insta is a good way to connect anyway. I'm usually very responsive. If it's detailed discussions. Mm-hmm. So what I say to people are, if you just want a quick kind of like, if you want to connect, obviously Instagram's usually the best place. Mm-hmm. And if you want to just bounce thoughts, it's a great place. But if you want a detailed, what is it, like an actual interaction one-to-one, then Patreon. On Patreon, there is a section that allows you to book in one-to-one kind of hourly sessions, so you can just do that, and that's for detailed kind of stuff. I tell people, because people sometimes ask questions and they want to connect, and it's awesome. I love that, but then sometimes they want a very detailed, not just a quick 1-2 minutes kind of voice note. They want like a very thorough analysis of something. So there's always that option on Patreon.
Okay, that's kind of what I was hoping for, so that's perfect. I'll just head over there and then
cool.
Go from there.
Sounds epic. So what's going on? What's preoccupying your precious thoughts?
The second question is, I asked this to another thing like this, and it's generally, avoided kind of. So it's a philosophical question. The question is, do we as humans, as Muslims, need bad things to exist and happen because an ecosystem needs to an ecosystem needs to exist in which we can have the possibility of committing good deeds?
Wow. In the sense that is it necessary for there to be evil and harm in the world for us to do good?
Yeah, because I personally don't believe that if it was all good, then there would be no, action for us to take. So there would be no quote unquote accumulating good deeds.
Yeah, I guess the question is that, you see, could there be any good if all was good?
Yeah, exactly.
Because by definition, it kind of flattens it out. Because then there couldn't be any good if all was good, in the sense that it has nothing to distinguish it from anything else. So it would just be.
Yes.
It couldn't be distinct. And thereby, by extension, it couldn't be called goodness, because it would just simply be called being, because
it would just be.
Yeah, it would just be a state of being, and there would be nothing contrasting. So yeah, I from a philosophical perspective, I feel things true, we can only understand it in contrast to things which are not good.
Yeah,
we can only understand goodness by contrast. True, that's I would feel is a given. Yeah.
Okay, cool. And another thing, a lot of I guess Sunni Muslims, if you will, just the general majority, right, are afraid to answer. So maybe you can just quickly answer this: is would God in the Islamic jurisprudence in any of them be considered infinite? I know he's considered eternal, but is he considered infinite?
Wow. Okay. You know what? Shed some light on that for us. That how are you differentiating between eternal and infinite?
So for me, infinite would be for something to be truly infinite, it has to be all-encompassing. Because for something to be infinite, it has to take it has to fill all possible areas of space that it can possibly fill, and beyond that. So if something was a truly infinite
not just
thing,
we're not speaking. So basically, it's not temporal. We're not talking about that. I mean, that's not the object of focus. It's everything being.
Yes.
Yeah. So, right, I feel okay. So here, I feel it gets tricky for people, because in one sense, some Muslims would feel that you see, because Allah is the ground of being.
Yes.
And from his being and by his being, any other being can only contingently exist. So it's not to say that he is the first in a series of movers, as is the Aristotelian way in the Kalam argument, but more so that he is the ground, the necessary ground of being, from which being emerges, and by which being emerges. So what they call in Aqidah wajib al-wujūd. So that's interesting, because from there it stems to so right, do we exist kind of, I don't know if it's, see, because words are tricky.
Yeah, you can really,
in a way to say that, do we exist in the mind of God, so to speak? So are we, obviously we exist in the mind of God. It's not to say we are God in the sense that we are God in that sense. They don't say that. So this is, I guess, where you had people speaking of wahdatul wujud, or the non-duality of being. And they argued that ultimately just God exists and nothing else actually exists in comparison to God's existence. But that's not to say, you see, this was believed by many mystics of Islam, of Sunni Islam. Many of the great mystics kind of held to wahdatul wujud. And other people, you see, the problem with wahdatul wujud is people can't understand it. Because we have no frame of reference to understand it. Because we can't understand non-duality. There is an ineffability about non-duality. So it becomes because when you explain that you are a part of everything, yet you are still distinctly you and not the other, but you're not the other also. It becomes nonsensical.
Yeah.
But people don't understand it. So they, and as the hadith says, or as the commonly transmitted, popularized hadith, الناس أعداء لما جهلوا. People easily become opposed to that which they do not understand. So, you see, the thing about this wahdatul wujud, or this, the mystics said that you can only understand it by dissolution of the ego, that the ego must undergo an ego death, and then you must go through a fana. They had this concept of this annihilation of the ego, the perishing of the ego, fana, fillah. And concerning God, or in relation to God, there is fana. And then what is left is al-baqa. You go from this transition from fana to baqa. Now, this is very mystic speak. And obviously to the kind of calm, logical mind, the mathematical, or the to that mind, it sounds like gibberish. It can't compute it. It doesn't understand. It can understand the words, but there's no meaning to it. So so this is why it's often rejected by most people, because they can't. And then what they resort to is a kind of compartmentalized, a kind of structuralized theology to respond. And I guess that makes more sense for general people. To me, like, I understand where the structural theology is coming from. It's saying, look, this is how God is. This is because it's being put into words because common people can understand these basic words. To me, that the mystic approach, I also understand that. I feel that is also incredibly invaluable. But I also understand that most people will not understand that, because it is something only experiential. They would say it's for the people of dhawq, people who've tasted it only can understand it. So I feel both parts have they contribute invaluably to the discourse. And your common person will not, if you try to speak this to him, they wouldn't understand it. So they would just be averted. And the hadith says that hadithun nas qadra uqulihim. You speak to people in a way that they understand. Atuhibbu an yukadhab Allah wa Rasul. Do you wish that Allah and His Messenger are denied? Because there's no point speaking in mystic speak to people who've not, this is experiential. So it's like saying the taste of an apple. Now, you can't really put it into words, if you, no matter what word you say, is sweet, or is it like this? I mean, sweet like what? Sweet like sugar, sweet like this? It does, unless you just taste the apple, you'll never really understand the taste of an apple. So you can't never really explain in words the taste of an apple. So this is an experiential path for people who end up or find themselves on that path. And this is the normal structured path of saying, well, no, this is simply put, and this is how we understand God. We understand God through these arguments, and God is these things in this list, and He's not these things. And that works. Sure. Yeah. And people that refute it, sometimes you get refutations going on. I mean, you don't really get refutations from the mystics that way, but you get them this way. The mystics. And they'll say things like, well, if everything is ultimately, let's say if everything is, they will say, like, let's say, because you see, they say that, well, if God is everything, but the mystics are not truly saying that, though. So they say, well, if God is everything, like there's a common response that is made sometimes, especially by the Salafiyah, for example, or some of the Salafiyah. They will say, well, if then God is in this apple, and when I eat the apple, I've eaten God. And, so, and that's obviously a very silly, infantile kind of misrepresentation of that argument. I don't think nobody says it like, nobody believes that. So you're just refuting something which nobody believes. I guess it's more akin to saying, I don't know, they're not exactly saying this either, but a modern version would be that, I guess it's more akin to saying, well, are we in the mind of God? Well, if we exist in the mind of God, we all still exist. But are we in the mind of God? So I guess they didn't use those words, but their arguments are more akin to that. What they're saying is God is the ground of being. It doesn't mean that other things don't be in their entity. So they do exist, but it's more like a game that doesn't have any true existence, but it has an existence as far as we're concerned. So they would say Allah says this world is that it is a distraction from what is reality. But it's okay. Like just as I guess our physics would say that, you see, in this world, there are really no sounds, no colors. There are no tastes. Nothing like that exists in this world. It's just in our mind. Like color doesn't actually exist. Neither does sound. Neither does smell. Neither does taste. It's all simply in our minds. But we couldn't imagine a world like that. So obviously, Allah is addressing us with ways that we understand, not how the world actually is. Because if Allah was to address us with the world how it actually is, He would address us about a world that has no color, that has no. But He doesn't. He addresses it with color because we see color. So yeah, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I guess I can. So I guess to quickly add on to that is, with you saying that, would it be against Tawheed to say that God is infinite?
I would say, would it be against Tawheed? I would say that there's two ways to look at that. If you're looking at it from theologian speak. So the theologians are the Muslim scholars of Aqidah. Because there's a big distinction between Aqidah and Iman. Aqidah is creed and Iman is faith. So we don't have any patrons or scholars or wardens or officials of faith. We have of creed, scholars of creed. Faith is not it's kind of in its way, it can't be captured. It's a spirit. It's not something which can be put into words in that sense. People say, well, okay, creed is a list. Scholars have designed creed. So according to the theologians, that I would feel generally, I would feel probably most, if not all theologians, or definitely most, let's at least go with most just in case there's some, that would clearly say that's kufr.
Yeah.
So most theologians would say that's disbelief, and it goes against, because you see, in creed, they have this creed in there that to refute Christianity, they say, well, God cannot become incarnate, and to be incarnate is to come into his creation. So they say, well, God can create creation, but he can't come into his creation. So that's the angle that they're coming from. Therefore, they would all, if not all, maybe, I don't know, maybe some people will say, but maybe there's some from other sects that disagreed. So let's just go with most, if not all, would say that's kufr. Now, if you're not looking at theologians speak and you're looking at the mystics of Islam and from Sunni Islam, like Muhyiddin ibn Arabi and other people that followed him, like Rumi and all these people that were these mystics of Islam, they wouldn't see that as kufr. They would, in fact, Ibn Arabi writes in his tafsir, this wahdatul wujud, I mean, not the word, but this manifestation. But they're not seeing it. You see, they're not seeing it as God becomes incarnate. They're not seeing it like that. That's like a wrong way to see it. They're saying that only in actual, just as, you see, we see color, but color doesn't exist. Just as we see certain things, but they don't really exist objectively speaking. We just see them in our mind. So they would say, really, only God exists. All else existence is but an illusion. It's like a game that's been, it's there to us. It's like if we created a computer game, let's say. Now, computer games today are so graphically, overpowering, overwhelming. In fact, this just goes to show, I recently just shared this clip on Insta, on my Insta story, was of these two cars on this racetrack, and they were just skidding and they were maneuvering around each other so as not to hit each other. One was a BMW and the other, and it was just so perfectly executed. It was like, wow. And I shared the clip like, wow, that just blew my mind. And then I realized afterwards, it said, oh, did you realize that was a computer game? I honestly, I could not tell. It looked so real. Now, so, okay, let's say with our graphics, if we even keep, let's say we keep improving the games by even 0.1%, 0.001%, there will come a point where it will become, indistinguishable from reality. Now, let's say these characters in the game, we give them some kind of consciousness, some kind of quasi-autonomous consciousness that they think they're conscious, even if we know they're not, but they think they are. Because now people in games, characters in game, they have to eat, they have to get dressed, have to do things. So let's say this character in the game believes it's conscious, even if we know it isn't. You see, to the character in the game, everything is real. Like they would think that, and it is real. So from the character perspective, it is real. Everything that is happening, the people they are meeting, the interactions they are doing. It's not to say it isn't real for them. For them, it is real. Let's say they could somehow feel pain. They could somehow feel joy. They could, let's say if we keep improving, it's not difficult that we would reach such a stage where the characters have some illusory consciousness that they feel they are conscious. So, I mean, just considering the Lambda thing that was leaked by Google, where it's indistinguishable. If you read the interview, you couldn't tell. And that's the Turing test, isn't it? The test is if you're speaking on this side to a machine, you can't tell it's a machine or a person, it's passed the test. If a human can't tell, if I'm chatting to someone and I can't tell this is a machine, a bot, or a human, then it has passed the test. Because I can't figure, if I can ask it questions, whatever I want, and I still can't tell, I have to speak to 5 people and 2 of them are machines, and I don't know which one. And at the end, I can't figure it out. I get them wrong. Those machines have passed the test because you as a human being could not distinguish. So that's the Turing test. So the point is that now, so when these people were saying it's an illusion, they meant it like that, not in the sense that it is still real for us. So I would say, well, the mystics did allow for it, and the theologians, if not all, I'm assuming all said it was kufr. So that's the kind of difference you have.
That's for the theologian aspect. That's what I heard.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Cool, Zubair. It's been epic, yaar.
Just before I leave,
okay.
I just want to leave with one quick thing. Is the video that piqued my interest a lot was when you correcting who Uzair was. Uzair being Osiris.
Oh wow,
yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So just quickly, have you ever heard of the theory that what's his name? Idris was Thoth?
I have actually.
Okay, good.
That's very fascinating because when I looked into that, I came across Idris being what they said Thoth, and in Arabic they wrote it as I think they wrote it as Thuth or something,
yeah,
or
something
like that. I think I can't remember now. Or Tahuth or something, but I can't remember. But in Arabic they wrote it a bit differently, and they were saying because maybe he's the first person to scribe and the first person to do. It's interesting because Idris also sounds like a kind of a Greek. It sounds like there's some influences along the way to add to the name.
Yeah,
it's just the structure. Allahu a'lam. But yeah, it's because it's fascinating. We have no understanding of Idris alayhi salam.
Nothing. One interesting in the Christian aspect of it, if we look at Christianity, they say Enoch lived 365 years, right? And then he went to God. In Thoth's mythology, he was the god that created the 365-day calendar. So there is a correlation.
Oh, yeah. And there's some, I remember reading at the time, I mean, it's kind of I'd have to revisit it. But they were showing a lot of correlations. Oh, not a lot, but they were showing a few similarities between certain traditions stating Idris. Because from the Quranic and the pure Islamic perspective, there's very little. I mean, the understanding is we don't even know where to place him in the timeline, except that he seems to be incredibly ancient. Like, we just don't know where to place him. And there's nothing really mentioned. So surely the some Arabs at the time when the Quran was being revealed must have had some reference of Idris. This is why he's mentioned, because it would resonate with some people. Now obviously we don't have that continuity to understand what they understood by it. So yeah, it is fascinating. I mean, the Osiris thing, I found it made more sense to me. Yeah, I mean, I get people felt that, no, it's a bit far-fetched, but I thought, it seems to resonate, because Uzair ibn Allah, that the early Jewish community, they had this the kind of spirit of Osiris with them. It wasn't like it was more a because they were raised into it, it would have been difficult to distinguish. I mean, not to jettison it completely. It would have been a real struggle. And Osiris is that great, the epic deity that everybody loved and everybody had this thing for. So it made sense. Yeah.
Yeah. I appreciate this. Thank you very much for answering all the questions.
Zubair.
I will see you on Patreon, though.
Oh, man, I'll take care. Speak to you there. Much love. See you soon,
sir.
Yar. Assalamu alaikum. Get back to gaming. You look like you were gaming away.
No, I just came home from work.
Oh, is that how you come home from work?
Yeah, just chilling.
Doing it. All right, man. All right, take care. Much
love.
Assalamu alaikum, people. That was Zubair, just chilling, coming back from work in his gaming gear. He must work for like one of these gaming stations where he just gets to chill all day. All right. So, all right. All right. We've got that's Mark Alama. We've got Sean Serrato. All right. Doing it. All right. Assalamu alaikum. Been watching. All right. Allah bless you. Bringing back to Islam. Wow. Okay. May Allah bless your journey. May Allah bless your journey. Chaudhry Keyboard Zaman, love from Bangladesh. All right. Jay, we've got Jay, and we've got al-Mutanabbi. I can't see a camera. Al-Mutanabbi, show us that glorious face. Al-Mutanabbi says in a poem, he says, فَإِن تَفُقِ الْأَنَامَ وَأَنْتَ مِنْهُمْ فَإِنَّ الْمِسْكَ بَعْدَ دَمِ الْغَزَالِ. Allah. It says that if you surpass, with your excellence, humanity, and yet you are from amongst them, like that's not really an issue, because he says, فَإِنَّ الْمِسْكَ musk. He says it is from the blood of the gazelle, meaning that it kind of that it really, you see it, that ultimately it's evolved from blood. But it's musk. Allah. Oh, I was just about to add Jay and he's disappeared. You know what? I'll share the link. And you know what? Should I add Mutanabbi? Right, you know what? Actually, Jay is just coming back. Guys, what I can actually, you know what? Give me 2 minutes, people. I'm just going to quickly do my salah. I should have a tea break. I should have played something. I never thought of that. I should have played something. But you guys can just wait. Actually, then there'll be, if I bring something up, it could make it a copyright issue. So you just wait. All in good time, people. All in good time. Afra. He's back. क्या बात है यार. Allah, Allah. Oh, did I forget to mute this? Ya salam. All right, so we're back. We've shared the link. Put this up. Whoa. Yeah. All right, let's get this. We've got Jay. Oh, Assalamu alaikum, Jay.
Alaikum salam. I'm joining you from Arizona today, so
Arizona,
nice and hot.
I like it. How are you keeping, Jay?
I'm doing good. Got back from vacation, so doing pretty good.
All right, awesome stuff, man. Shukran for joining us. Any thoughts preoccupying your precious mind?
Yeah, so I'm of Mexican descent, and that's a big part of my identity personally. But I study a lot of Mesoamerican pre-Columbian history and stuff.
Viva Mexico.
And so my question is, first of all, could there be a prophet after Muhammad if the deen had not reached the area yet? For example, like today, there's but tribes in the coast off India which don't even have fire. Nonetheless, the Quran. So that's my question, really.
True. So what I would say is that, see, when we speak of prophet, Nabi, or in Islam speak, when we speak of Nabi or Rasul, we speak associated with a deen and millah. Okay. Now, like a religion.
Sure.
Now, as far as even history is concerned, or anthropology, world faiths were really sealed with Islam. This is from a non-faith perspective now. If you look at the interview by Yuval Harari as well, where he's asked this question, he's an atheist, or maybe an agnostic atheist, but he's and his book Sapiens is incredible, by the way. But when he's asked this on his interview, he says the same thing as well, that look, when he's asked about world religions emerging, that is something that will never return to humanity. He can't explain why. Sure. But it has not happened, and it will not happen. There seems to be this post-axial age in which religions set root and solidify. Whatever has emerged in that post-axial window. So you had the axial age, which seems to be more an awakening, a kind of conscious, introspective, spiritual awakening that's happening around the world, which is before Jesus. That's the axial age, where you had the Buddha, you had Confucius, you had all these people, Socrates, you had all this going on. None of them were bringing religion, but they were all bringing this kind of awakening, almost setting the stage. Then religion comes, and you have this post-axial age. You've had Jesus, you've had the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And whether people are Muslim or non-Muslim, they can't argue with the fact that after Islam, the fate for world religions is sealed. There was never to be another faith a religion on earth that would become a world religion after the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Just as an anthropological and historical fact. I mean, that's just stating an observational thing. Now, however, now there's a different question. Could there be people who were inspired by God? Now, the hadith of the Prophet ﷺ states that, look, there is a hadith in which the Prophet says that, look, there will be after me. He says that people, and I think the word that is used, muhaddathun, have almost been spoken to but he says min ghayri an yakunu anbiya, that, and I think in a riwayah min ghayri, that it is not that kind of wahi, that it is not min ghayri an yakuna nabi or anbiya, that they are not, we're not saying they are prophets of organized religion in that sense, or prophets in the Islamic speak, or anbiya or rusul, but that they have been divinely within, intuitively, they have, it's that they have been spoken to by the divine by intuition, let's say, that Allah speaks to them to do good, to kind of maybe to prevent people from harm, or like you said, in remote places where there are no messages, where there is no organized religion, then of course in this sense Islam would, there are teachings of the Prophet that there will be people like that, and there will always be people like that, that will continue forever, that you will find them, that they were, you know, that they have this connection, they are people of God, but they may not have even heard of Islam. Sure. That they, you know, let's say they're on a continent, they're in the Mesoamerican landscape, no Islam has reached within hundreds of miles. They've never heard of Islam, yet they are people of God, that they have felt, you know, that the divine intimations of divine whispers that to them, that, you know, and they've been inspired and they've called people to goodness. I feel that in a sense is not, that would, that Islam does say that is, but actual anbiya, a nabi or a rasul or things like that, because Islam has an understanding of what these things are. It's linked to a deen, a millah, it's linked to a religion, that Islam and history shows that just never seem to have ever occurred on that scale. Yeah. So well, that's what I would say. Yeah.
The reason I asked is that because there was a certain man, his name was Acatl Topiltzin, and there's several things that stick out to me. Of course, we have to be careful because a lot of the sources were corrupted by Christianity and other religions in the area at the time. But he mentions a few things which sound very familiar to, you know, our deen, is that he says you have to pray towards Cholula, which was a holy city at the time, which, you know, many religions have their qiblas and so forth. But this is interesting to me.
What era is he from? Sorry.
He was from the 900s, the 10th century.
Okay, sure, 10th century, sure.
And so,
is he native or does he come to them?
No, he was born in the Valley of Mexico. Yeah.
Okay. Wow. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And so there's other things, like he talks about one God, and of course at other times he talks about other gods, but the consistent message is, he says, worship one God, reject idolatry, no more human sacrifice, that sort of stuff.
Okay, yeah, of course. I mean, that kind of stuff, that would be, in the way I would see that, is that would be absolutely affirmed and celebrated by Islam. That would be, you see, in these, especially in these contexts, because it's very difficult that, I mean, I don't know, but it seems very difficult for Islam to have reached those regions of the globe. Maybe, I mean, some people have put forward an argument, maybe some places were contacted. There was transatlantic kind of from Northwest Africa. Some people I know have put some theories, but the whole region anyway, even if there was to some, let's say there's certain parts that made some contact with the outside world, but most of that kind of inner, where you've got the Amazon and all these places, and people, it would have been very difficult for people to penetrate those, you know, those regions. These people would be people of the fatra and of the fitra, and they would have their own, you know, they would just have their ways, and then there would be people amongst them, surely, who Allah would divinely inspire. Because how else? Because if you think of it, how else is any message to come to these people? Because okay, wahi isn't going to come in the revelatory sense, because you know the world fates have been sealed. But inspiration, intuition is something we all have. You know, we all have intuition, where we have this, and some are more connected than others. You know, our channel of intuition is more clearer, and some people, they say, you know, through meditation and things like this, you can have you can kind of enhance or amplify your intuition. So you find people every now and then that maybe, from cut off from complete civilization even, and yet they get these, they have this noetic knowledge of saying, well, we should not be worshipping idols, and we should not be sacrificing human beings, and we should, there's ultimately our creator is one. And so that goes absolutely, that is in harmony with the teachings of Islam. Yeah.
So then I have one final question, and this is either going to be a curveball or super easy for you. So, like, for example, when Topiltzin, when he said pray towards Cholula, it's one of the largest pyramids in the world, and it's considered a holy site even today by some indigenous people. Okay. When he said that, does that still apply to Mexicans and generally just North Americans in general, or do we have to pray towards Mecca like other Muslims?
Oh, as opposed to having what is the place they pray towards? What's it called?
Cholula, like the hot sauce. If you've ever seen that, yeah.
Cholula. Okay, Cholula. Yeah. Wow, that's interesting. It's good to know these things. Mm-hmm. Right. Okay, I see. Oh, it's like the hot sauce, of course.
Yes.
Cholula. Yeah. Oh, is that the image that's coming up? It's like this kind of temple on a mount.
And of course, the Spanish, they went to the top and built a giant cathedral.
Yeah, because it looks like it's got like a dome. It's got domes to it right now.
Yeah.
Cholula hot sauce. All right. That's coming up as well quite a bit. Interesting. It's got these kind of minarets to it as well now. Looks a bit like a masjid now. It does, doesn't it? It looks a bit like a masjid almost. Wow. Pueblos Mágicos. Yeah. All right. So right. So yeah. Do Mexicans pray towards Cholula? No. The answer is no. They don't pray towards Cholula.
Of course.
But it's one. I suppose a different question stemming from this. So Muslims who are Mexicans would pray towards the Qibla, which is the Kaaba, which is in Mecca, and not to anything else. Now, but a different question, which I suppose you didn't ask, but I suppose somewhat related, maybe, okay, but this person, he is telling, he chose a center, which was, let's say, Cholula. Now, obviously, he didn't have contact with the outside world and stuff, but he told people, stop doing shirk, focus your prayer towards this one point. What about that? Because that's not Islam. That, I would say, is for him doing it as a person, that's like very strategic, and it makes absolute sense, because you see, you need to unify people on a direction. And people in the past did it to, maybe to the east, because the sun rises from the east, or but then that's kind of like that's a place, but that's not a central place where people around there can all kind of a unitive experience. That's just more saying when the sun rises. So Islam, what it had done was chose Mecca, the Kaaba, as this unitive point where everybody would kind of fixate their attention. Allah says, "Wallu wujuhakum shatr al-masjid al-haram." Now, but Allah does say, Lillahi Allah, to Allah belongs the east and the west. Aynama tawallu fathamma wajh Allah. Wherever you turn, you will find God. It's not that Allah was saying, it's not that God is fixated in the Kaaba or situated here. This is more a qibla. Qibla meaning a direction where we have just united your focus. So for him to have done that for the Mexicans that lived there makes absolute sense. And I think that would have been very, very useful, very beneficial. For him doing it in his condition where he's obviously not part of, organized Islam. He's not part of Islam. Because hasn't made any contact with the outside world. So for him, it makes absolute sense. And I feel that would be in harmony with Islam, him doing that there as Ahlul Fitra. But yeah, for people, generally speaking, who know about Islam, who Islam reaches them, they would obviously, the Qibla is always the Haram. in Mecca.
Gotcha.
That's the Qibla.
Gotcha.
Cool. But Jay, shukran. It's been an absolute pleasure and an honor having you on here, sharing your experiences. Yeah, and definitely stay in touch. It'd be great to learn from your experiences. And in fact, if you're on Instagram, do connect with me, drop me a message. It'd be great. I mean, maybe, you know, all this, the whole Mesoamerican kind of legacy and traditions and the whole journey of humanity, maybe we could get you on a mind trap someday discussing it.
Yeah, if you do want to look into it beforehand, there's a religious scholar. He has a YouTube channel called Religion for Breakfast, and he released a whole video.
Oh, I do follow that, Religion for Breakfast.
Yeah. He released a whole video about specifically Aztec religion, which in my eyes is the most similar to Islam out of the American religions. Which sounds weird, but you watch the video, you'll see. Yeah.
No, sure. Sounds epic. Jay, shukran. We'll speak soon. Take care of yourself. Assalamu alaikum. People, that's Jay from Arizona. All right. We've got Ihsanullah Khushkaki, and then we'll wrap this up, people. It's been quite an evening. Hugo Sanchez, legendary. So we've got here somebody saying Hugo Sanchez, legendary Golazo Awliya. All right. We've got some other names. I don't know. Somebody saying, how can we ask questions? Right. Okay. Ihsanullah Khushkaki. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah.
Ihsanullah, how are you doing, Yar? It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a while. How are you doing?
It has. I'm good, Lillahi alhamd. I'm good. You tell us, Yar. It's been ages.
What's happening here?
Yeah, no idea. I just, Lastu adri as what's his name? Yeah, Ilya Abu Madi, the poet says in Arabic. I'm just walking, the path is unfolding.
I'm trying to figure out why there's been white strands on my left side happening. I keep looking at it like what. I feel the kid at heart still lives strong, and I'm kind of.
It always is. The inner child is always with us, man. Always.
So I wanted to
man, twice a child.
Yeah, about the inner child. I wanted to do something fun this time around.
All right, sounds.
So instead of just maybe make this a little bit more personal about you.
About me, yes.
So I want to ask you some questions and see if you can. Right, I want to ask you some questions to see if you can give us answers to them, and of course we'll just run through them.
Sure. Okay.
Are you ready? You good?
Let's see. Good. I can't promise I'll give the answers, but sure.
No, that's fine.
Let's go for it.
So my first question is, who's the most important person in your life and why?
Wow. Okay. That's interesting because, to be honest, you see, you say it like that and it's because I don't think of it like that. But I would feel that they definitely, in many ways, my daughters, I would feel, yeah. Because I don't see when you say the most important it's interesting. Like how do I interpret importance? Because if it's in a value system of saying, well, who would I give up the most for? Like entirely on a sacrificial, let's say, then I guess the number one would be them. So yeah, so I guess if we're looking at it from that perspective,
the perspective is yours.
So exactly. I mean, it's an open. So it's it's such a simple, but yet in some ways so not difficult, but ambiguous as well. It's kind of structured but chaotic. The question, because if I feel people who give value, or not, I mean, obviously importance is to give value, but it would mean in different ways then, because I guess one could say, well, okay, what about in terms of me seeking, as opposed to, see, when I was saying, I suppose children do give you also a sense of joy, their presence, but I was speaking more as in you being, if you saw it as who would I give up the most for. Now, what about people who add to you just by their company, they are the most important? Well, I guess in that case, it would be, one could say, well, maybe friend or spouse, I guess. But there's and then I guess it's interesting because I think this would be a very relational, as in relative to, question. So it would be just as, if we're to ask what kind of a person are we? Now, well, we are, or let's say I am such and such the blank. Let's say I was to say I am fun. But sure, there may be some people who I'm not fun to. Let's say in a working capacity, or maybe to that person, you're very strict and you're very, in let's say if you have somebody who you are in charge of them, maybe to a certain person you're not. So now it would be, well, to whom? So maybe to some people you are, but yet it's the same us, and there's a different facet, a different aspect, a manifestation, depending on whom we are. The dynamic is locked in and in frequency, the frequency is kind of interacting with. So similarly, I would feel that the importance definitely goes to the near and dear. So it would go to family, it would go to friends, like in two F's. If we're going to just put it there, it would just be that umbrella.
The answer would be the F for you.
Although I just immediately thought why that is not the good way to say it.
Right, of course.
But I guess it would be family, friends, clearly the near and dear. Yeah.
All right, next one.
Wow.
Have you ever broken up with a friend, and why?
Yeah, I have. Yeah. I have on more than one occasion, but it's not often these things happen. I think it's because I have a very I think easy to go personality. So I'm someone that I think if you're close with, it would take a lot to kind of, I mean, I guess situations could just create distances. So let's say a person gets busy and they just don't make contact much, and that's different. I guess
we're talking about that.
But I'm talking more, but actually where a person cuts you off, like they become very kind of, it's not just distance, it's on time, it's kind of an active, intentional, it's very kind of aggressively like an actual severance. That has happened in the past, maybe on a couple of occasions. Many years ago, I think on one occasion it was to do with money, and I feel on both occasions, I suppose people may say, I would say this, I would feel on both occasions, it wasn't because of me, but it was because of the other person, because I'm very kind of easygoing, but it, the other person kind of put it as, okay, then in that case, don't ever, I don't want to talk to you, and I don't want to.
Right. So this question is more in terms of like they have crossed lines for you.
Yeah, and I feel that in a way that I would feel that it. That said, that person on that situation, we actually, after many years though, but we did actually reconnect, alhamdulillah, and we kind of like patched up, because it was a shame, for it to be over things like that, and so alhamdulillah, we now are still very good friends now. On the other occasion, there is an incident I can remember with someone, which wasn't even really about me, it was about other people, but I guess I was just there and just accused of just taking sides, where I guess maybe by that person's perspective I was. And then they made this huge point of, just severing all ties and boycotting. And at a point, they were reasonably I would say, quite close, like at a point, definitely amongst the kind of very close friends. And so to do that with me, even though I wasn't really involved in, and let's say there was an issue that between them and between some people, but I'm just a friend of both people, and now being accused of not taking the side or being with the, and so therefore cut off as well. In all honesty, I felt that I can only think of those two examples, and the first was a disappointment because it was it was a true friend. It was like a childhood kind of friend, and there, alhamdulillah, we reconnected after several years though, but we did reconnect, and now we are good friends. So lillahi alhamd, I'm grateful for that, because that would have been always hurtful to me, because I would have felt that's so, because I truly do value friendships. I feel that friends are so important, especially like genuine friends. And on the second scenario, in all honesty, I feel in hindsight it was maybe good riddance, just being honest, because I feel that some people that, in hindsight, they carry a kind of toxicity to them, that wherever they are, they're always causing kind of like, arguments between people. They're always doing stuff, and maybe they can still become close friends with you, but maybe it's better not having that kind of noise around, or that kind of frequency, let's say. I'm not trying to fault them. Sure, maybe that's just their personality, but maybe you just don't need it in your life. You need more peace and tranquility. And so, yeah, so in that sense, that's only one example I can think of in at least like 2 decades, let's say, which, to be honest, I'm kind of, I was, in hindsight, I was kind of like, okay, that's good. Just let it go. I mean, when it happened, I wasn't like that. I was kind of like, I don't know why this is such a huge drama over. But in hindsight, I thought, alhamdulillah, all in good time, because Allah, I felt that it was good, because, sometimes you don't want just any kind of certain vibrations that aren't in harmony with your own, so close to you, because it, yeah. So right. So I can really only just think of 2 ever cases. I can't think of anybody really ever. And yeah, so alhamdulillah, I would count that as a good thing. I don't, yeah.
Last question.
Wow, quite interesting questions there.
Yeah, last question. If you had an opportunity, if you're hosting a dinner.
I'm hosting a dinner.
Okay. You're hosting a dinner, and you get to have 5 dinner guests, dead or alive. Who are you inviting?
This is a difficult one, because I don't, because it's so difficult, and so, because it's,
I'm asking you your top 5.
Yeah, because, in many ways because there's so many, because we obviously from immediately, we are brought to the wish that could we ever meet the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, for example. Could we ever, like, this is somebody that's so at the heart of an entire portion of humanity, and just to be able to, if that be in the presence, and just to see that, wow, and and imagine being able to just ask a simple question to, I mean, it would be, wow, it would be beyond wow. I mean, right. It would be ineffable.
Right. So you have one.
Of course.
Of course.
I mean, unquestionably.
Unquestionably.
And then I feel that there's obviously a religious, there's that religious thing, because people would say, well, obviously companions, and they would say, but I would, if I was to say, well, okay, because obviously the companions are in such high esteem, but let's say we were to say, well, only one from an era, and so
this is your dinner. This is your dinner.
So I would be really intrigued. Now I had to go to a different era. I would definitely have to choose Imam Malik, because I'm so inspired by his kind of way of thinking. Just the whole, because he puts together a tradition of Islam, a living tradition of Islam. And I would just have so many, you see, but to be honest, this dinner, I would feel that the dinner couldn't be like that, because the dinner could only be one person at a time. because it would be disrespectful to have anybody other than the Prophet. And, if you had that encounter, so there would be nobody else coming. That would just be it. So it could only be one at a time. Okay. So it could just be one guest, and because then you have to give the full attention to that guest. And so, yeah, I would definitely be so in awe. And then, I don't know, it's like, wow, who, we got to ask, imagine people, we can now bring anybody. And I'm so kind of what are people, look at these people saying, oh, that was somebody said somebody living. Oh, right. Somebody living, just throw in a random one. These are now, this isn't in any order now after the,
I mean, at this point,
so
it's fair game.
Obviously, so it's kind of all fair game. People I'm so inspired by that are living today. I'm really inspired by Mike Tyson. I'm so inspired by him, by the new Mike Tyson that there is, that he just, I feel there's just that his heart has been touched by the hand of God. Like there are some people who God has inspired them, and I feel that he is one of those people in this age. How we see him, the kind of.
Of course, and I mean, I do keep up with what's happening currently.
Yeah, of course.
I agree with you. MashaAllah.
But okay, so right, random people, come on, people, let's get some suggestions.
Okay, so you have
from the past.
You have the Prophet ﷺ, you have Imam Malik, you have Mike Tyson.
These are one in at a time only. You can't, because once a person says the Prophet, you can't say anybody else.
No, of course.
It's only the Prophet. Now, after that, Imam Malik as a separate, obviously, sitting. Who else? You know what? I would actually love to get Imam Bukhari, because I would. I think I would have some very interesting discussions with Imam Bukhari, because I would really be intrigued by what his, because of my whole study into Bukhari Gate. I would love to see what it is that, he was like, get his thoughts. And I think that would be such a fascinating,
what his intentions were
and discussion. And just to put what I'm saying as well to him, to see how he's reading what I'm saying, because it's ultimately him. How does he, how accepting is he of what I'm saying? How rejecting is he? How, where is he? What did he even intend? I think it would be such a just a wow, a fantastic discussion. Right. So, okay, we've got Imam Bukhari.
So you do have an all-Muslim table thus far.
So I've got thus far, all Muslim. Okay, let's throw in another Muslim, and then we'll go for a non-Muslim. I've always been intrigued. I've always been intrigued by Ibn Hazm, and I would love to get Ibn Hazm on a one-on-one. I mean, I would pay top money I've put my left kidney, not, I need it. I'll renege on that as soon as it happens. I'll be like, I want that back, right? So because I've just always been so fascinated and so curious by him, and many of his, his thinking, he's kind of out of the box, he's kind of his tongue in cheek, his rebelliousness, his journey. Sometimes I feel that there was a rebellious streak in me that resonated so much with that streak in Ibn Hazm, and I've always been so curious about him, and he's been so cool, and he's always this, somebody that had a lot of style to him as well, and they say he would always be stylish, dressed. I mean, it's not obviously down to that, but I'm just saying there was this thing that always got me about him. He writes in his Tawq al-Hamama, he says that he had these really bad habits. He says he had these 4 really unspoken of bad habits. Yeah, like he says and he says 2 of them. He says 2 of them have been healed, and he got healed. He says he prayed to Allah and 2 have been healed, and he says 2 he still continues till this day. While he's writing this, man, I want to know what those. I've been so curious since I read that. Since I read that 20 years ago, I was like, man, what was he up to? I want to know. Right, so I've been
you've been just hanging.
So I've been like, whoa, okay. Let's now go back and go out of the field of the Islamosphere. And who are we so fascinated and intrigued by that we, I wonder, I'm thinking, right, if it went, let me see. Right, interesting. Because
I feel like you have a
names
name.
That jump. Yeah, because I have a few names.
Yeah, I see it in your face.
I have a few names, and I'm just trying to narrow them down, thinking which would be better. Would it be truly better to spend, I'm thinking, with Socrates? Imagine getting to spend. Yeah, wow. That. Or imagine you could spend a day with somebody like Darius. I mean, was he really, or then again, his predecessor, what is it, Cyrus? Is it, were they really, but that would bring it back to the Islamic thing, that great that they were Dhul Qarnayn? Or would the philosophies of Socrates, I mean, this person who inspires, ends on triggering an entire civilization, be, yeah, I mean, it's one of those, wow, I'm just, honestly, I'm at a, or would I, just say, forget it all, let's go spend an evening with Mir Taqi Mir, the poet, or with Ghalib.
And then there's Snoop Dogg. You could also.
That would just be such a smoking session. Somebody said from the living, I could have chosen Shah Rukh Khan. Yeah, I guess I could have. Shah Rukh Khan, obviously. Right. Wow. This has been a really incredibly fascinating thought experiment.
I thought I would change things up a little bit. Maybe have a little fun.
That was really.
But
Shukran. How are things talking. Generally? Are they good? It's been a while. I know we haven't really caught up.
Yeah.
I hope they've been good. Do send me. By the way, I'll send you we'll schedule a session, inshallah.
Inshallah, I look forward to
that as well. Cool. Okay. So, Ahsanullah, take care, man. It's been a pleasure. Assalamu alaikum. People, that was Ahsanullah Khushkaki. Epic conversation. Look at that. Spicing things up for us. Wow. You know what? Let's wrap this up. It's gone on way too long. Nobody's going to watch this damn thing. Hot boxing with Mike Tyson. That would be epic, man. Of course. Wow. Somebody said Hugh Hefner. Ya salam. Somebody said Trump. Whoa, okay. Farabri, the Pharaoh. Wow. What a discussion that would be. Amazing, huh? You know what? We've got a Zubair Ahmed. Come on, shall we share a few quick words? Go on then. Assalamu alaikum, Zubair Ahmed.
Wa alaikum salam, Mufti sahab. How are you, sir?
I'm good. All right, Zubair Saab. All right, joining us again from Middle East, I take it?
Oh, Bahrain, yes,
Bahrain, Allahu Akbar.
Yes. I'm going to my site office, so I thought maybe I can have a quick word. Actually, last night I was trying to practice some, gratitude, but the mind and the mind and heart was not full in the gratitude. Actually, heart was there, but the mind was having some blockage. So, what is the best
congruence? Allah.
So, what is the best way to have total surrender or something like that? I think this mind is working logic, so it brings in the logic, that you should have this thing, so that you cannot surrender. So how can we counter this mind?
For gratitude, you see, it's like the hadith teaches us. You see, for the dunya, to strive, a person, they look up, they see people above them, it compels them to work harder. It removes us from complacency. But for gratitude, we look to people below, not to put it beneath, but to say in this hierarchical structure beneath us, because it reminds us of what we do have. That we have so much when we think about it. So, yeah, I would say that, if we're talking about gratitude, one does have to foster within our hearts, we have to bring about a realization of all the people that would seriously take this as a simple example. If we were really struggling, all we have to do, if we really want to put it into action, is visit a hospital ward. If at the very least, if a person was to even discuss with some people, I was just discussing one of a friend and a Patreon client that we were just discussing. He's a doctor and currently looking at oncology in that department, and he was just telling me that every day I'm having to tell people that there's a hanging death, that just before them, that they've got weeks to live, for example, or let's say months, that their death is imminent. That every day, he was saying, that's all been happening, and young and old. And we were just speaking about, he was saying that how, and it's obvious that the struggle that people have with that concept, this notion that, look, right now, wherever you are in the nearest hospital to you, that wherever you are, perhaps within, let's say, a few mile radius, maybe a 3-mile radius, maybe a couple of miles, there will be a hospital. Wherever you are, that within that hospital, there will be someone begging, crying to have the opportunities you have, that I have, that every one of us thinking about this house, somebody saying, "Yeah, Allah, just give me that, that opportunity." They're not pointing at you, but they're asking for. You are just a placeholder. They're asking for that opportunity, and they're saying, "Watch me turn it around." Ya Allah, just give it to me and watch me do it. And you know what? They will. If they were to be given it, they would do it as well. But I guess this is the kind of kufranun ni'am.
Actually, I try to convince myself that I should go in that way. Like, as you said, compare. But the mind is on another level. It is comparing all the time. But I am somehow trying to, pull this mind into. I think
and the other way is, I was going to say, you see, that's one wing, but the other wing is not in, to make this stay afloat. It's not in necessarily, that's one side of it. The other lateral perspective is simply in giving. Now, this sounds strange because you think, well, what's that going to do? Because if I just give, how is that going to add to gratitude? And giving can be in all sorts. It can start with gestures. You're walking down the road, you see someone, you just be polite, say a thank you, you just say good morning to someone, you just say assalamu alaikum, you just smile at someone. Is somebody hungry, you give them something to eat. You're somebody standing there, you're standing in front of, maybe you pay for somebody's coffee. Maybe a little thing, it's not a big thing. This, there's such, it's almost miraculous that the power that's hidden in that for gratitude. You think, well, that doesn't make sense because I'm supposed to do that if I'm grateful, but if I did it, but it has such magnetism that when you do one step, it pulls you towards it, you gravitate towards it. Like Allah's hidden it in these things that you start thinking, wow, okay, like it's weird, it has a cyclical motion. Like they say that if you want to become skillful at something, sorry, not skillful, if you want information on something, let's say I want to learn about something and I'm very, like, I can't be bothered to, like, oh my God, I totally don't, like, I find it so boring, but I need to, like, let's say it's really important I learn about this particular topic, but I find it so boring. All I have to do is start gathering some information on that topic. What happens is the mind connects information with interest. So the more information you get, the more you get curious about it. The more curious you get, the more information you get about it. And it goes round and round and round in a cyclical way. So gratitude works in a similar thing. So you for example, you do an act of gratitude. What would be an act of gratitude? A small step, baby steps. Here's a little thing, you give something, you smile at someone, you take a walk, you say a kind word. And the more you do it, the more potential, in Islamic sense, that the term is in Islam speak, the more potential is created, the tawfiq is created. And the more potential that's created, the more you do, the more potential that's created, and in a cyclical way, before you know it, you're full steam ahead. And then you're like, wow, this is, why is everybody not like this? It has an amazing, this kashash to it. It has this gravity.
Yes.
Sure. But okay, but I like the fact that you're even concerned and thinking about this, Zubaydji. Badi baat hai, Other people are preoccupied with other thoughts.
I just want to have a complete surrender, because surrender is nothing but gratitude, right? Surrender is gratitude, complete surrender. But somehow this surrender is happening sometimes, but sometimes the mind comes in the way and creates some logic. Then I want to call counter logic. It just goes on and on. So I just see, how to switch off this and just go in that. But
how does it counter gratitude?
Actually, once because the mind is comparing with myself with my colleagues.
As in you should be more hungry, more achieve more, focus on yourself, more egoistic, kind of ego-centered. Yeah, and that's important too in its own capacity. But I'll tell you the secret. You see, this is where what you can remind yourself is there is a divine algorithm of synchronicity. So you remind yourself that, look, I know it's not a logical, mathematical, causal corollary. It's not, if I'm giving, I'm obviously not getting. It's obvious, In fact, if I give £5 away, then I'm £5 less richer than I was. If I give £100, I'm £100 less. If I give £1,000, I'm £1,000. This is basic logic. That's the logical speak. But you remind yourself through the mystery of the divine algorithm that Allah says, in giving you shall get. So you realize that, you see, every time I give, I get at least 10x coming 10 times through other means that are non-causal. Like, it makes no sense. I gave here, all of a sudden you get a new client, or all of a sudden you get this other thing happens, or all of a sudden you get a new opportunity, all of a sudden something. This is how, it works. It's so crazy how this actually works. And you try it, and you can't, it's clearly not causal, but it's a synchronicity. It comes together. There is a tawakkul. Try it and see how rizq opens up to you. So when you try it once and it happens, you think, wow, I need to do this more. And the worst is, I tell you, the hadith is that the best time, like in the Quran, it says, وَأُحْضَرَتِ الْأَنفُسُ الشُّحَّ. The self, the egos are brought face to face with miserliness, the shah. And the hadith says that when you have the least, the shahih, the person who is fearing faqr, fearing poverty, that person gives, Allah opens the floodgates. That is true sadaqah. Because when you're rich, it's easy to give. To a rich person, giving £5, £1 is nothing. But if the person only had £10 and he gave 5, or he gave 1 even, Allah.
But I think, this giving with the intention that I will get more, this is also a corrupt practice. We should give without any consequences.
Sure.
That is,
absolutely, 100%. But there's also this thing that it's almost, look, it's not in a greed way, but in a way of, it's almost it's almost amusement. Like, let's see how it's almost like, like a person does something, you're playing a game, okay, what comes next? What comes behind this door? And it's so exciting. We find it so exciting. So it's almost like, okay, I wonder what Allah will bring in my life now. Chalo dekhte hain. It's like a child getting excited. It's not from a greedy thing. It's almost like we get excited. Like we think,
because people are listening to us, and most of your listeners.
No, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
Good plane of consciousness that in order, someone if someone is giving in order to have something back, maybe he's not getting it. Maybe that intention is corrupt. Sometimes intentions are corrupt, so he will not get it. So we should give it without any expectation.
Sure.
Then God Almighty will give us, in different ways. We don't know.
True. No, shukran. No, thank you for saying that, because it's true. Because maybe that people listening, and the way I'm saying it could give that direction. So shukran, because it's not. You see, you don't give with a greed. But what I was saying is, when a person gives, in it, Allah, it's amazing that in it Allah has immediately placed the reward that you feel. You feel that's bliss, that you feel it, because you know why? You are helping someone. And helping has that immediate. This is why all these people, when they make all this money, what do they say? Okay, do humanitarian projects. Do something. Why? Because after you've had all these other buzzes of the world, you've realized that true joy is in helping people. I mean, maybe not all of them do it, but maybe some of them do it. But the point is that you're absolutely right. The intention should always be that for the action itself, that you are doing this to just help. This is, and it's not, but there is a tawakkul Allah, that Allah works in mysterious ways. That sure, if you are, let's say I do want to help, but I'm worried. Like, I'm concerned. Yeah, I need this money myself as well. So, if I give this person this much, I could spend it on my. Here, that tawakkul comes in. That look, don't worry, tawakkulan Allah. Allah will give. La in shakartum la azidannakum. Allah will.
And it is a very beautiful. I think this is extreme tawakkul is there, because one time I remember that my friend needed something, so I also had that amount to survive that month. So what I did, I completely gave it to him. No, so what I experienced at this level, consciousness level, that the amount, the feeling you get from that situation, you cannot get from anywhere else. That is the extreme tawakkul, that you give away whatever you have, and that is, you can experience that level. You cannot think of it. So
and we need to exercise tawakkul.
Yes.
See, tawakkul, like everything in this dunya, it's like a skill. Like, we need to build it. A person doesn't just wake up one day and say, have like extreme tawakkul. Try on small things. Do little things. Have tawakkul ala Allah. And allow it to grow with you, because it's reliance. That, it's okay. Yeah, chalta, like, have tawakkul. Allah will give. And then you start to realize it starts to grow with you. Just like a person's, their faith grows, their certainty, level of certainty that they have, they move towards more certainty. But yeah, shukran for that. And the verse of the Quran says, Man yatawakkal ala Allah fahuwa hasbuh. Whosoever chooses God, relies on God, then surely Allah is sufficient for them. Right. Shukran, Zubair, for what a beautiful reminder to end this on. So shukran, Allah bless you, stay in touch, and remember us in your du'as. People, that was Zubair Ahmed from Bahrain. We've gone on for ever so long, guys. Let's wrap this up. It's been awesome. I really appreciate you guys really sticking it all this time, hanging out, listening, watching, sharing your thoughts and comments. Farid's country. Let's, in all honesty, let me remove that comment. Let's not call names and stuff. And I do feel, look, people did provoke me as well in the past. But when I look back as well, I'm not, I don't like either the way I reacted. But khair, it is what it is, and it was what it was. We kind of walked the path, we learn, we develop, we grow. It was, and I guess where we were allows us to be where we are. So, it's points of pivot are still instrumental in where you become. Yeah, let's not do things like that. Don't call people names. Don't do these things. And I know people may say, well, Mufti, you did a lot of that. And I don't think I was right when I did it. I think it was, I guess it was who I was. I'm not saying, I think I was triggered to do so. I reacted, and I'm not saying I was the sole person at fault. I'm sure all of us were at fault. And there were some occasions where maybe, I wasn't provoked and I did. And I did, somebody made a comment that, look, I saw it come up on my thing saying that, you didn't apologize to the man. I made that video because when I made that video, this was my point, that I came to a realization that I'd wronged people. And I feel some more than others, obviously, because many people, they had provoked me. And I had a principle that, look, if they picked on me publicly, I will, then it was kind of, it was all fair game. But I think it was, in hindsight, it was all toxic. It didn't matter, even if they picked on me initially, even if they triggered me, it was still toxic to my own soul, to my own consciousness. It was, at the end of the day, it's not the path. You see, it's distraction. It's lahu. It's entertainment. It's not with the soul is nurtured. It's not where consciousness can grow. So I do feel that in those times, chalo jo ho gaya wo ho gaya, whatever happened. And I guess there's people I'm, may have wronged. And, somebody said on this comment, they said, you never apologized in that video. And I thought about it, and I thought, I guess maybe it's because of the ego. So I feel that people I'd wronged, it was wrong of me to wrong them. Okay. And I do apologize for that. And I apologize. And I hope people can all grow. Okay. Because it's not, our egos are nothing, man. We're nothing. We're just in this little, not even a micro, we're in a nano bubble. 1, 2 people clap for us and we get lost in a bubble. This tiny, imperceptible, subatomic level that we need to grow up. We need to kind of show a path of humanity. We need to show a path of love. We need to grow on this path of consciousness. We need to develop it for ourselves, connect, to be able to hear intimations of the divine. We need to, these whispers, our intuition needs to have that channel clear so we can. But it doesn't happen if we are drowned in toxicity, in this kind of hatred, in this radioactivity, in this. It doesn't happen. And people, we disagree with one another, but we, people, they, in their own way, see, people have their heart in a right place. Sometimes the outcome is just not conducive. Sometimes it may be causing more harm, but they in their own way they have sincerity. It's just, we don't see it. And we need to, maybe if we can speak with love, we can guide maybe we can come to a better understanding, because the language of love, honestly, it conquers what the language of hatred will never conquer. Never. So may Allah bless us all. May Allah bless these people. People, I say it for myself, people I've wronged, may Allah bless them. And I seriously mean this. If I have wronged people, if somebody's, if they are in touch, or a middle person, I would love to send these people a gift from me. And I would say that it's on me at least to host them to some food or hospitality if they're ever if people are passing by this city. And it doesn't mean that they have to meet me, and it doesn't mean that they have to put up with me, but at least itna to banta hai. I should at least host them to some food and hospitality. And it's nothing to do with them. It's Yeah, it's a personal kind of growth. But guys, let's wrap this up. Okay. Those of you that want to reach out, Instagram, otherwise you're more than welcome on Patreon. Take very good care of yourselves, people. You've been awesome. Salamullahi alaikum. Khuda Hafiz.